We're live.
To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen.
Esta reunión brindará oportunidades de comentarios públicos sobre los temas de discusión a través de la aplicación Zoom por teléfono. Para indicar su deseo, por favor, sobre el tema de la agenda, levante la mano haciendo el clic en el icono correspondiente para la aplicación Zoom, presionando el 9 si es necesario para la reunión por teléfono, para ser reconocida para hablar. Su mano deberá estar levantada antes de que comiencen los comentarios públicos sobre el tema. Para accesar la traducción de la agenda, haga clic en la parte superior de la página web usando la palabra inglés para traducir los varios idiomas. Los servicios de interpretación para las reuniones están disponibles a través del Zoom al hacer clic en el icono del globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla. La función de traducción se activará después de los siguientes párrafos.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
and
for which it stands,
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. I would like to welcome everyone to this May 23rd special meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is a workshop that will be facilitated by Leadership Associates to help us improve our governance function as a team. The mission of the West Contra Costa Unified School District is to prepare students for post-secondary education and to be responsible, thinking, contributing members of our global society. We believe in public education as the most important function in a democratic society. We believe we must treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect, provide safe and nurturing environments in which to learn, teach, work, and participate, serve our students by working as partners with our community to develop well-rounded lifelong learners and contributing members of a global society. Take responsibility for our behavior and performance to ensure the highest possible achievement of all students, employees, and our school community. Provide equitable and essential communication and support for successful learning, teaching, working, and participating. Respect, celebrate, and welcome the diversity, uniqueness, and contributions of all members of our school community. The board members should not subordinate the education of children and youth to any partisan principle, group interest, or the members' own personal interest. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities on discussion items through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Dr. Hurst, will you please give us your first roll call?
Absolutely, sir. It's my honor. President Phillips.
Present.
Trustee Clerk Smith Folds.
Good afternoon, present.
Trustee Reckler.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm present.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
Good afternoon, present.
And Trustee Christian.
Good afternoon, present.
And I would just like to share on the roll call Student Trustee Emiliano. And recognize that she is not here, and Student Trustee Leung. And recognize that our student trustees are not here, but all other trustees are present and accounted for.
Thank you very much, sir. Public, we are now about to have public comment. And this is general public comment for things that are not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the school district. So if you do have public comment, please raise your hand before the item starts. I'm going to do my countdown, going once, going twice, going 2.5 times, 3 times, it's gone. There are 5 people and Lorraine Humes is last in this queue. There are 4. She just put her hand down.
Hey, well, she put it back up. Is that?
You know what? Yes, it is fine.
First up is, sorry, I'm trying to get the timer ready too. Is Eric Peterson. You are unmuted.
Thank you, trustees. This is Eric Peterson. I am a Richmond resident and employee of the district. I just wanted to come in this Sunday and sincerely welcome Dr. Hurst to the district. I really appreciate your willingness, Dr. Hurst, to serve and lead, especially right now in this very critical time, as all districts across the country are seeking to rebuild and reset after the tumultuous challenges of the past year from the pandemic, the racial and social injustice issues in our society that are still very real that need to be addressed, and now the pivot to return from distance learning to in-person learning. I'm really heartened by your vision and the experience you bring to the work. Your focus and background in implementing systems to implement these visions, I think, is really critical at this junction. So I really appreciate that experience that you bring in that arena. And then also your focus on equity and inclusion, restorative practices, and cultural competencies in our instruction. And really the research behind what you bring to the vision that you have shared with us in terms of building global competencies for our students and helping them prepare for the jobs of the future that haven't even been invented yet. Forming partnerships. I think these are really spot on in my personal opinion. And I also am just extremely grateful that you have been willing to come in at this time and serve in this position. I'm also very heartened to see that the board had approved you unanimously in this regard. So again, Dr. Hurst, I just wanted to welcome you to our district. I look forward, and I know my colleagues do, to rolling up our sleeves and working with you for the betterment of our students and the community. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Peterson, thank you so much for calling in. I want the love fest to keep going, but Mr. Jordan, please use the timer because we do have to do some other things. But Mr. Peterson, thank you so much for that call.
I will limit to 1.5 minutes. Thank you. Next, we have, forgive me, Lorraine Humes. You may unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorraine Humes, and I'm a member of the CBOC committee. At your last meeting on Wednesday, we had a member have an application, and he was interviewed, but because the meeting was very long and you had a lot of people who wanted to recognize Mr. Duffy, Ms. Haney, etc., his nomination was pulled. And John has been, his name is John Lindsay. He's been, had his application in for months, but you guys are pretty busy. So he had an interview and it was up for last Wednesday. I just wanted to see if you would give it special consideration at your June 9th meeting to vote on his application. The CBOC has a meeting the following Wednesday, so that, or the following on the 14th, so that we could have him on board then. So I'm just asking you if you would please consider his application at your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Humes. Next is Sado Wilson. You may unmute and go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to take this time publicly to welcome Dr. Hurst to our district, and also want to thank him for attending our Black Educators Network meeting on Friday. And the Black educators and staff in the district, we are looking forward to working with you as we transition into this next school year. And also, we are looking forward to seeing what your ideas are and thinking in terms of reimagining schools, because this is a pivotal time right now and history that we can actually take this time to reimagine schools. And I think that we will be able to do so when we begin in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, doing two things at once here, guys. Next, we have Mr. William McGee. You may unmute. Mr. McGee. I think we lost Mr. McGee. So I am next gonna go in line, Miss Kim Moses, you may unmute.
Hi, good afternoon, board and Superintendent Dr. Hurst. Just wanted to also express my welcome to Dr. Hurst as he begins his work in our district. I also want to appreciate the way in which he began with administrators on Friday. We had a really meaningful meeting, and I'm really encouraged by the way in which you're beginning your work with our district in order to listen and learn prior to solidifying any plans in order to implement for us to continue to serve our students in a well-meaning and well-deserved way. As a resident a former resident of Richmond, I am really, really excited for an opportunity to work alongside you in order to ensure that our students have the best possible program we can create together. So I appreciate previous leadership, but I especially appreciate the opportunity to move forward under your leadership. So welcome.
Thank you. Next, we have Christine Hatcher. Christine, you should be able to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Hatcher. I am principal at Riverside Elementary School, and I'm taking a little bit of time out of my day today, which happens to be my birthday today, to come and speak to something because I hope that we are moving forward. As it has been stated, and I don't need to welcome Dr. Hurst because we all had a lovely chat with Dr. Hurst on Friday, and I don't want to be too redundant of my colleague who just spoke, Ms. Kim Moses. As been stated on numerous occasions, the responsibility of the board is to select the superintendent. I've heard that repeatedly. And what I would hope that is happening is that the board is continuing to support Dr. Hurst as he begins this journey. This is also not a sprint, it's a marathon. And so I would hope, again, that the board would be affording Dr. Hurst the grace with which to do this job. He has indicated that he is more than up to the task. We would all have to assume that given the time and energy that the board put into the selection of, that you also believe that he is capable of doing this job and doing this job well. So it may sound like I'm admonishing or taking to task. I am not. I am just reminding us that all of our interests are aligned in his success. So I hope that he is getting that and will be getting that from the board moving forward. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Thank you, Christine Hatcher, and happy birthday. And last, we do have Mr. McGee again, so I'm going to try and see if this works this time. Okay, Mr. McGee, you
Yeah,
should be.
there we go, Mr. Jordan. You guys got me. Look, I was about to get you. And
I
Mr.
think-
Phillips, no timer. Come on, I was about to give each board member some love, but no, thank you, you guys. Happy Sunday to you guys. Honorable Board President Phillips, honorable board members, Dr. Hurst, staff and community. Good afternoon on this Sunday. I wanted to say a couple of things. We thank you guys for doing the work you're doing, and I wanted to make sure I extend an invite to the board and superintendent for the African American Student of Honor ceremony, which will be on Tuesday, May 25th. I wanted to give you all an official invite along with the community. We are recognizing all of our Black students, over 4,000 of them, because of the shelter in place and COVID-19 and the extraordinary events that they had to persevere through. So please attend, and we would love to welcome you guys there at that event. The other thing is I want to say thank you to the board and the selection of our superintendent, Dr. Hurst. He's spoken to us several times, and what I am excited about is the focus on academics and literacy that he has been discussing. And so I believe, based on what he's mentioned to us as leaders and community, that we are really going to continue to focus on the academics of all of our students. So on behalf of the Office of African American Student Achievement, our Black and African American families, students, and community, we welcome you and we thank you guys for your hard work. Welcome, Dr. Hurst. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
And President Phillips, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much to everyone that called in. And I do want to say that the board does support Dr. Hurst, and we are happy to have him on board as our superintendent. And we look forward to him guiding not just us, but this district to a better place that serves all of our stakeholders the way they should be served. So thank you, everyone who called in. That said, we are going to go to our one and only item, which is governance team workshop. I'm not sharing this portion of the meeting. It's going to be facilitated by Jim Brown and the folks at leadership. So with that, I will turn this over to them.
Okay. Thank you very much. On behalf of my colleagues, Sandy Thorstensen and Juan Garza, we appreciate the opportunity to join all of you today. We know it wasn't easy for everybody to carve out some time for this, but it's an important activity, especially at the beginning of new leadership in the school district. And the primary focus of this workshop is designed to be on superintendent roles and responsibilities. But as part of that, there will be some adjunct topics that will relate to that we want to be sure to cover over the course of the day. We have 6 hours set aside from 1 o'clock to 7 for this workshop, and we think that that's a sufficient amount of time today. We'll be breaking every hour and a half or so, and we've asked Trustee Smith-Foltz to help make sure we stay on that line, and because it is a long day and we need to get up and move around a little bit and do all those sorts of things. So I'm putting my earplugs in to make sure they work. There we go. And let's see. Sandy, would you briefly introduce yourself to everybody here? I know we've met the board before, but I just think a little review of our own background and ask you and Juan to do that, and then I'll do something. You're muted, Sandy.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm Sandy Sanchez Thorstensen, and I am very, very pleased to and honored to serve West Contra Costa. We devoted a big chunk of our lives, and we were very happy to do it to West Contra Costa, and thrilled at your outcome, and know there's going to be really wonderful things ahead for the kids that you serve. I was the superintendent of the Whittier Union High School District for 14 years in LA County, and served my entire career, teacher, assistant principal, assistant sup ed services. And I still live in this community now, and my child, my only child, who's going to be 30 on June 17th, was one of my students. So I'm absolutely passionate about this work and continue to be, and really, really pleased to serve you all.
What?
Good to see all of you again. I was with you during the interview process. I'm happy to be back again. I served as a superintendent in Kings Canyon Unified School District for 15 years as a superintendent. Prior to that, assistant superintendent HR, high school principal for 10 years, and then it goes all the way back to starting off as a teacher, and then counselor and on up. One of the things I'd like to share with you is that I'm very proud that both my parents came to this country and did not speak any English. So I was one of those kids, one of those English learners when I started school. And the education system provided an opportunity for my two sisters and myself as we grew up in labor camps, working in fields and migrating all over the state of California. And so I'm very grateful to people like yourselves, board members, providing leadership and governance to superintendent, also to provide those opportunities for students. I'm glad to be back with you all.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Sandy. My name is Jim Brown. And as I indicated a few minutes ago, I'm very glad to be back working with you. We want to do everything we can to help the board and the superintendent as a governance team develop those kind of relationships, which will really positively impact the education of all the children in West Contra Costa Unified School District. So, and thank you for the board and Superintendent Hurst for setting out some time today to do this workshop. It is the first of 4 that we are going to be doing with you. And before the day ends, we want to be sure to set sort of a tentative timeline for the other 3. And in the proposal that we gave to you, we outlined some of the topics that we might want to cover over the course of the 4 workshop, including how we model good teaching and learning in our work, how we use best practices to guide our work as superintendent and the board, how we define and honor the clearly defined roles and responsibilities of the board and superintendent, how we evaluate the work of the board and superintendent, how we build and sustain a culture that supports high quality teaching and learning throughout the district, how we use data to evaluate the effectiveness of our work and drive improvement efforts, and how we go about aligning the work of the district to the vision, mission, LCAP goals, strategic plan goals that exist. And finally, how can our board meetings be organized so that we support all this other work in a good way? Those topics are not necessarily sequential in nature. For example, there was some interest, I know, on a couple of your part in addressing a couple of questions related to board meetings. So we can go kind of back and forth, but over the course of the 4 workshops, we want to be sure that we touch on all those areas. And it's our intention to continue to work with the board and the superintendent in planning the content of each of those workshops. What we want to ask ourselves today is what is our really important work? What is it that we should really be focusing on as a board and as a superintendent so that we can impact teaching and learning in the school district? And what does that work look like? We come together in board meetings, which is where we spend probably, I'm going to guess, 80 to 90% of our time together. And that's especially true in the West Contra School District because you spend a lot of time on board meetings and you have quite a few, and they're all designed with a definite purpose in mind, but we want to make sure is that time and energy and effort that goes into that stays focused on the teaching and learning mission of the school district. And so we'll be looking at the different topics, and today I'll be talking about the overview as I'm doing right now, and a few other preliminary matters. Sandy Thorstensen will be leading us in the teaching and learning discussion. I'll be talking about best practices of high-performing boards, and Juan Garza will be addressing more specifically roles and responsibilities of the superintendent and the board as they relate to board meetings, communication, and all the areas of interaction that occur between a superintendent and a board. In the handout that was distributed to you, there were some norms suggested. We always like to make sure our workshops follow a particular set of norms. I'm going to review those, review those briefly. That we each recognize our role as one individual as part of this process, and we respect the rights of everybody else that's present today to hold their individual points of view. And that's all of us that are in this meeting.
Jim, might we be able to screen share?
I don't think we can, Sandy. Okay. That's why I wanted to go over them briefly.
It's on page 1-2.
Yeah. If Debbie can get that, there we go. Okay, great. Thank you, Debbie.
1-2.
Yeah.
It's just such important norms.
Okay, we'll
Pass the table of contents.
Yeah.
Almost there.
There we go. There we go. That we each take 100% responsibility for our actions, that we seek equity of voice, meaning we each participate, we support, we listen, and we perform and contribute in a manner that encourages others to do the same. Each of us has ideas that will contribute to the success of the team as a whole, and it's important we listen to each other and support each other as we go forward. We're willing to talk about sensitive issues, and that means encouraging dialogue and being prepared to deal with matters that sometimes can be controversial or bring about different points of view. We listen for understanding. We don't interrupt. We don't participate in secondary conversations, and I won't even look at the golf scores on my cell phone during the workshop today. I can wait for that later tonight because we all want to stay focused on what we're doing today. We appreciate the strengths and contributions of others. We bring positive energy and encouragement to the team. We have high expectations of all of us and will contribute to the synergy of the team. And we're all committed to the mission of the district. Are those norms okay with all of you? Is that an agreeable set of protocols or norms to operate this workshop and the ones that go forward? And if there's any questions, what something means, I appreciate hearing, but it'd be nice to see if we can, I think we're all committed to those. I worked with you enough in the past that know that these beliefs are shared by all of you. So, okay. All right. And then the next thing I want to talk about is a little bit about expected outcomes. And that, Debbie, is the next page. And I'll go over these. That generally today and in the workshops ahead, we want to be sure we understand the role of the governance team in creating systems, structures, and processes that support high quality teaching and learning. We want to become knowledgeable about best practices used by governance team. We want to identify the information that boards require to be effective in their work. If there's anything that we can provide in that regard, we're certainly willing to do it. We want to look at some protocols that will guide our work together. And we want to identify an evaluation process that, including input from staff and community, that the board and the governance team may use to determine areas of strength and improvement. So, and I know that a couple of you have suggested some topics that we want to address today, and we have those. They relate to board meetings and a couple of other things. So we have that on our list to be able to do today. So let's see. So any questions so far? Otherwise, we're going to start about modeling good teaching and learning in our work. And Sandy, I think you're going to introduce that topic. And there was a reading that we shared with you in advance.
Okay, so you want me to, I'm happy to start now. I wasn't sure if Juan was gonna.
No, we'll do this.
Okay, all righty, terrific. So on page 2-5 in your materials, there's an outstanding article that's titled Focus on Teaching and Learning. And just a little preliminary note, when I was a first year superintendent, Although I'd been in my district my entire life, I grew up there, I even graduated from Whittier High School. Taking on the role of the superintendent was something that I had never, ever been prepared for in just mindset, because I always felt like I was born to be a teacher. But I was incredibly fortunate to have met Jim Brown back then, back in 2002. And I asked him and his colleague, Renee Townsend, if they could facilitate a board workshop for me. And it made all the difference in the world. And it made so much sense. And so much of what is in this really valuable article that I would hope that you would look at over and over and over again really served me well. And most importantly, served the kids of the entire district that I served very, very well. So I want to point out some of the highlights of this article. And I'd like to ask you if you can write down 2 questions that we're going to refer to in 2 different portions of our discussion on this article. So the questions, if you wouldn't mind writing them down. The first question is, what are the key lessons? What are the key lessons? So I'm going to highlight some of the points, and then we're going to stop and have a discussion and have you guys think about what are the key lessons about these particular points that I'll pull out. And the other question, besides what are the key lessons, the other question is, what practices might be put in place? What practices might be put in place in West Contra Costa to help in a forward-moving process? Again, what practices might be put in place? So again, we'll divide this up into 2 sections in the article. And then after I point out some of the most salient points from my perspective, then we'll stop and have a discussion around those 2 questions. What are the key lessons and what practices might be put into place? So I'd like to call your attention to
Ms. Thorstenson?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I don't think that we got this document ahead of today, so I did not read the article. I don't know if we need it in order to respond those questions, but I wanted to give you a heads up. I personally did not get it.
Okay, I appreciate that's very, very helpful. So I'll just make sure, I'm just going to pull out some points and I'll just read them out loud. That way we can all have the benefit of internalizing. So let's take a look at page 2-8. Thank you so much, Demetrio. 2-8. The subheading is the right mission. It's about halfway down. There we go. There we go. So take a look at that first paragraph. School districts that lose focus on their mission often flounder. They undertake multiple projects and responsibilities. And then the last sentence of that paragraph. One indicator that the board is off course and not doing mission critical work is when adults are fussing with adults on adult issues, rather than focusing on student learning and achievement. So there's another article that we read by Phil Schlechte that talks about how every single thing that happens in the district ought to focus on, and that's including board meetings, focus on students and focus on improving the quality of the work for students and the quality of the support for students. Oftentimes throughout districts across the state and beyond, there's that problem of adults fussing with adults on adult issues, and the kids are the losers in that. So in this kind of environment where we've got a very, very high sense of urgency to ensure that every single one of the kids entrusted to all of you is getting the very, very best service, very best instruction, very best support. And also that means that the staff are getting the very best support to be able to provide that support to the kids. So again, in the meetings, board meetings included, if everyone, no matter what issues may come up, whatever challenges and disagreements come up, because that's just a part of, that's just to be expected. no place on earth is going to be 100% perfect. There's going to be challenges, and that's okay. It's okay. It's just that we have to make sure that we focus and keep the focus on kids always, and on the quality of the work that's provided to the kids and the quality of the support that's provided to them. And that means also the quality of support provided to staff, because the staff are those folks who are working directly with them. So that's the first point on 2.8. On 2.10, if you can, Debbie, thank you so much for your help here. If you can focus or scroll to 2.10, the second to the last paragraph that starts off, for superintendent and board members. There we go. For superintendent and board members, a prime example of mission critical work is the board meeting. The meeting presents a unique opportunity for the governance team to take actions that support powerful teaching and learning. In fact, it's probably a good idea for superintendents and board members to ask themselves after every board meeting, what did we do at this meeting to help our district achieve its educational mission? More often than not, however, we hear a sense of frustration from superintendents and board members that board meetings are about everything but teaching and learning, and in fact, detract from rather than support teaching and learning. It does not have to be that way. It's completely up to the governance team to make sure that it doesn't go that way. Now, you're going to have stakeholders who will come and have issues, and that's just the way things are. But it's always important to have those issues. Everything should be really directed to, how is this helping our mission, and ensuring that kids have, that everyone is providing quality work and quality support for kids. All right, on page 211, towards the bottom, the second to the last paragraph, this last sentence in that paragraph, the paragraph starts with, the fact of the matter is that superintendents and board members, like teachers and principals, are leaders. And that last sentence, the superintendent board leadership team may want staff to treat students with respect. But if they do not treat each other or the public with respect, they send a clear message that respect simply is not a high value. So the thing about board meetings is that everything's so public. And I am incredibly honored to serve this district, because you have demonstrated over the last many months of things. I think it was November that we first met you, that transparency is not just something that you express verbally, but you live it deeply. We've seen that, honestly, in my experience, more than any other place. And now on page 212, up at the top of the very top of the page, and I'm gonna read a couple more paragraphs, then we're gonna stop and have a conversation. So the first two paragraphs starts off with, if the superintendent board leadership team establishes a shared vision of excellence, stays focused on the right mission, builds people's capacity to do mission critical work well, and reinforces cultural norms and core values that support high levels of achievement for all, so will other people in the district. You as a governance team are incredibly important models for students, for staff, classified and certificated, for parents, for community members, for community leaders. You have a unique opportunity to really be able to model what it means to be a high functioning team that is totally 100% all in to ensure that every single child in the entire district is going to benefit from the way in which you lead, in a collaborative way, in an open-hearted way, and knowing that there's going to be bumps here and there, and it's okay. Life is messy, but you keep the mission of ensuring that kids are the center of everything that you do. It's going to really make a massive difference. And it doesn't happen overnight, but it starts happening quickly. The second part of that paragraph, if the superintendent board leadership team promotes continuous improvement, that's continuous improvement in yourselves as leaders, and continuous improvement as a team, as a governance team, continuous improvement of the entire system, to support staff, to help build capacity among staff members, to help build capacity among parents. So that way everybody's effort is going to benefit every single child. If the superintendent board leadership team promotes continuous improvement, establishes good lines of communication. So there's honest, frequent, clear communication, assuming goodwill, knowing that tangling in adult issues and fussing over adult issues is going to not be helpful to kids. So establishing good lines of communication, finding creative solutions to complex and enduring problems. Practices collaboration with a big C. Practices collaboration and models a culture of caring for every child, caring for each other, caring for people who don't agree with you, caring for people who do agree with you, just caring. Then so will others who share responsibility for the education of children. Effective leaders make this a team sport, not an individual pursuit. The whole notion that people have in leadership and in anybody's position, teachers are leaders, classified staff members are leaders, everybody's a leader in the whole entire organization. If people understand that nobody's the boss of anybody, but we're all team leaders to help each other out, to build each other up, all for the whole entire purpose to ensure that every single kid is getting the very, very best that West Contra Costa can provide. So with that, that's the first section of just some nuggets of concepts to share. And now if we can have a conversation about those two questions, what are the key lessons in those particular points? And what practices might we put into place? If just thinking about those particular points, and we can start with whoever would like to share their thoughts. With what are the key lessons in those points? Demetrio.
I don't mind volunteering. So two pieces that I took as key lessons, or would you like me to say one to give everybody a chance?
Well, go ahead.
Sandy?
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I liked the piece about when drifting away from student-centered conversations, we lose focus. I'm paraphrasing, but I thought that's great. And then the other one was that practically we have to lead by example. And we have to model how we want effective cultures to look like, as well as effective leadership. And then what practices might you put in place? I really love the piece about reflecting on what did we do at this board meeting to change student outcomes. I feel like that's something I could start right away and reflecting after each board meeting, unless it's at 1 a.m. the next day, reflecting on what do we do as a team to improve outcomes for our district.
Thank you very, very much. Other thoughts? What key lessons?
I'll go. I think it's key that we stay focused on our mission. I was kind of scrolling through, I was scrolling, but I was kind of reading the article as well. And it talked about mission, but it also said it's not, enough to just have, a mission statement. You have to like really stay focused on it, which, prevents you from drifting and modeling and whatnot. That's like the thing that stood out to me the most. As far as our practices are concerned around our mission, I don't think we really know what our mission is. And the reason that I say that is because like I read like I did today, right? I've been reading like our mission statement and like our value statement, right? Our core value statement, like the things that are in there that we're supposed to stay focused on. But like sometimes when I'm in board meetings, I hear people call in and they read our mission statement and say, you guys are not living up to your mission statement. But it's not the mission statement that's actually in the board bylaws. So I don't know who wrote the other mission statement. I don't know how many people are reading it, but like, I don't think that we as an organization actually have a singular mission that we're all pushing forward towards. And I think that we should. Um, so that would be a practice that I would like to see. I would like to see us have everybody has the same mission, not like private missions being written over here and then it's a board mission and then we're all like, what are we supposed to be doing? So that's a practice I would like to see change, is that we have a consistent mission for and core values for our entire organization that runs through the entire system.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of comments on that, but I'm going to save them till we go through and hear from everybody. Okay. Trustee Reckler, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, one of the things that I have seen, not consistently, but in other districts, I have seen other boards check out at every meeting. How did we do tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Did we achieve our goal of the meeting? So I think that might not be a bad idea. I also think that one of the things we can do is when the agenda is being built, and I know all the best intentions are there, but to really think about what are we doing this week that really supports student achievement? What is the one item on this particular agenda that is 100% focused on student achievement? And perhaps it's just more boldly thought about and planned. And of course, everything that we do put on those agendas, we feel that we're pushing that way, but to be really direct with that might be a way to cut to it. I mean, overall, I'm probably a few steps of everybody else, away from everybody else, but you know, a ground up plan, what the community and everybody else thinks is important, we build. We have a solid strategic plan, and then you take the board meetings and you chunk out your board meetings to support that strategic plan in different ways. We're not quite there yet, but I do expect that will be built over time and will be functioning to it. But I've jumped months ahead. No, be quiet now.
Trustee Christian and then Trustee Smith-Foltz.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. You know, what comes to my mind just looking at a great leader, a good leader has love and passion in his or her heart that empowers the minds of people and cares about our young people and cares about seeing our young people go to the next level in life. When we empower people, then we are doing our job. Good leaders also listen. Good leaders also, you know, do checkups from them. They look at themselves to see where they stand. And when you know where you stand, then what you're going to do, you always evaluating yourself to see how can I improve and how can I make things better. A good leader brings about teamwork. Good leaders build. Good leaders figure out how can I connect with my fellow team members and reaching out to my fellow team members to see that we all have aspirations of seeing our young people go to the next level. But what we have to do is like a football team. A football team, you got the quarterback, you got the offense, you got the defense, but everybody has a role, everybody has a job to perform, to use their abilities, their gifts, their talents to bring about cohesiveness on that field. And when you have that winning mindset, you will win the Super Bowl. And then going to the next level is seeing our kids win, seeing our staff win, and seeing the best in people. And when you bring out the best, then it brings joy to one's life. So when you bring good things, see people remember the good things you have done. And the things you have done will go down in history. And so as a good leader, when I focus on what are the key lessons and then what are the practices, you put these things into practice because you want to be the best that you can be in everything that you do. In order to go to that next level, you got to be the one to be honest in yourself. I call it a checkup from the neck up in oneself to look at where he or she must be in life. So as a good leader on the team, as the school board, we have to work in cohesiveness. And we work through our issues. We work through our problems. We work these things out. We come back and we discuss. And once we do that, we can build a great team. That's the key of building a good team. And I can go on.
And that's beautiful, O3. It's very inspiring and so very true, because the entire group of you, the 6 of you, you are a team. It is a team sport. It's not people working on their own issues and wanting to move their own agendas. That's not how kids are served well. So this 6-member team of yours is going to really create a high-flying, high-functioning team, which then is going to ensure that kids, because you're absolutely right, O3, adults in your organization and kids are going to flourish when it's a very healthy, collaborative culture that you guys are demonstrating among the 6 of you. Very inspiring, O3. Thank you.
Trustee Smith-Foltz and Superintendent Hurst.
Trustee Christian, that was great. Sunday is your day, sir. So that was very, very good. For me, I just think that this district has been rewarded for being out of order, and now that's the norm. So one of the practices for me is we got to get back in order. So we have to get back into everybody playing their slot, everybody knowing their role, their responsibility, their scope, their sequence, and doing that. And then that will restore the order that we need to serve the kids. So that's what I got from it.
Thanks. Superintendent Hurst, Chris?
Thank you. I want to go back to the question that Sandy was asking, what are the key lessons? So I'd just like to share, it goes back to the opening sentence, Sandy, where it says school districts have a single focus, and that's teaching and learning. I've already begun to share this message with the entire organization, that there's one way to really raise student achievement at scale, and that's around an instructional core. So people have heard me say that time and time again, focusing on teachers and building up their expertise, focusing on engaging our students with a rigorous and a relevant course of curriculum, and then also focusing on the actual content, the curriculum itself. I would also like to echo what President Phillips said about the mission, because that's what the opening line is about as well. And whether or not we have to adjust that and making sure that we are going with the board approved policy. Mission is primary. And then also what Trustee Reckler was saying about student achievement and teaching and learning, that has to happen. That has to be our focus. So when you talk about structures, goes back to also what the other trustees were saying, we have to look at our board meetings, and they have to be revamped, restructured, and really focus on teaching and learning. I have had some conversations with our board members, some individually, and not with all of them, but I just shared the thoughts and structures of our current board meetings, how they go, and are they really designed to focus truly on teaching and learning? Are they future oriented as well, what we want our students to know and to be able to do? Trustee Reckler is absolutely right about there's some work to do around strategic planning process. I do believe, and I do know that the board knows that this should be something that the board owns, but it also should be a shared process. But I will say that we have already begun to lay the groundwork for this throughout the organization, but it has to show up in our board meetings. We have to look at our board meetings and how they're organized and making sure that they're student focused and focused on teaching and learning.
I want to just talk a little bit more of just building on the points that all of you made and this idea of mission in teaching and learning. Years ago, this will date myself, but some of you may remember there, and it's still around. In what are the schools that have done well in closing the achievement gap? You know, eliminating that prediction that the success in school is dependent on your socioeconomic status, how much money you have, and that the goal is always to eliminate that as a predictor of the success of any student. And how you eliminate that is you make sure that every student has powerful teaching and learning experiences that they have as they go through our school system. And it's the teaching and learning mission that always has to be central to the work that all of us do. And it's so easy to get sidetracked from that. And I'll give you an example. School districts have historically had 3 missions. One is custodial, taking care of students. And we saw the custodial mission idea, which has always been strong, come through during the pandemic. A lot of people depend on the schools to take care of their children. They have to work and everything. It's not the wrong mission, but it's not the main mission is taking care of kids. It's educating students to be successful in life. And another mission that we've been given, which is always, this one has bothered me quite a bit over the years, and probably you as well, is what I'm going to call the sorting and selecting mission. That our job is to find out who's capable of doing what. You know, who's good in math, and they go in the math track, who's good at advanced math, and sorting and selecting. And I can remember going to school in middle school in the 50s, and there was one number that was used to say which kind of classes that you were assigned to take in school. One number. Guess what that was? Guess what that was? And every student, and I know this because I happened to notice the teacher's grade book one day. I won't tell you the circumstances under which that happened, but all of us had a number by our name, and that number was used very strongly to predict you're going to go take this course, you're not ready for math, and it was your IQ score.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
And we all had IQ scores, and that number was used to, and so the job of the school was to say, which kind of classes should you take? And the teaching and learning mission is different because it says that every student is entitled to a high quality education. And the result of, through K-12 is that you ought to have as many choices as possible in what you want to do with your life. And it's not because you didn't take this course or that course. It's because we prepared you and give you a lot of choices and that's the teaching and learning mission, which always has to be predominant in our work. Now, let me expand on that just a little bit because this is an important point. If we have a teaching and learning mission is our primary one, what is it that we do? And so many mission statements in school districts, and you just read one, Mr. Phillips, that's pretty consistent with YC. We prepare students to be X, Y, Z, to be good citizens, to be successful in higher education. That's perfectly fine. But it misses something. And what it misses is the specific work that we do that prepares students for success. And let me give you an example of that. The most important product of our work in education is the lesson that teachers create in classroom that engage students, challenge them, keep them active, and all that. The quality of that lesson is critical. That is one of the most, and now look at all the things that contribute to the quality of that lesson. Leadership, lesson design, professional development, and the list goes on. The teaching strategies that are used in the classroom. When you walk into a classroom and you see every student engaged, and you walk into a classroom and half the students are off task or something like that, you know you've got a problem. And all our work has to somehow make sure that the lessons that we have every day in the classrooms for every student create what I'm going to call powerful teaching and learning experiences. Now, all of you have had, and if you know, this is a really fun activity to do, but all of you can recall in your own mind the powerful learning experiences that you had in your life. Okay, what are the characteristics of that experience? And boy, you know, it was a major wow for me. I didn't know that. I learned that. That changed my life. Or I got excited about this. And you know, for me, it was some history lessons that I had early on, and then I got interested in history. But we've all had these powerful learning experiences. And for many people, guess what? There's more than one person in the room when it happened. You were part of a team effort. And many of us have had that kind of powerful learning experience. And so guess what? Again, our job is to create powerful learning experiences for every student in the district every day. Now that's a daunting task. It's really hard, and it's not going to happen all the time, but it always has to be a sort of aspiration for us. And we need to keep tweaking our work to make that happen. Now, one last point. I keep saying our work. There is something called mission critical work. Okay. Years ago, I was having a meeting with somebody from the private sector, and he used the term in the conversation. He was telling me, I said, well, what do you do? And he said, I do this and this, but this is mission critical work. And then he proceeded to describe what he did. And I said, well, what do you mean? I hadn't heard that term before. And he said, I said, what do you mean by mission critical work? He said, well, the simplest way I could say it is, if I don't do that work well, I don't work here anymore. I mean, that was pretty much cut to the chase. But you know, there's a lot of truth in that. We all have mission critical work. Every person in the school district contributes to teaching and learning. We're not just talking about the classroom teacher. The bus driver, who is often the first adult to greet a student in the day, the person in the office that greets a parent, how does that contribute to teaching and learning? And I remember doing this activity with our management team in the district, classified and certificated. And at the end of the activity, we read this particular article. The person that was in charge of payroll now, keep in mind, got up and said, you know, for the first time, I understand why my work is important. Now, I'm not in a classroom, she said, but guess what? If we mess up teachers' paychecks, they're not happy, and they don't need to spend time worrying about their paychecks and why we didn't get it right and everything. So if I can contribute to the success of teachers, and they don't have to think about this or that, then I can do that. And every worker in the district is the same thing and has to understand what's my mission critical work that contributes to the success of students. Now I'm going to make it more specific. Each of you has mission critical work to do, both as an individual and as a board and as a superintendent. And as the superintendent's assistant, as the communications person in the district, and you ask yourselves, how are we as a board contributing to the teaching and learning mission of the district, creating powerful learning experiences for our students? And let me just stop there for a minute and ask you to reflect. Juan, did you want, yeah, you're going to add something. I want them to kind of reflect a little bit. How are we doing in that regard of keeping the focus on the right mission? And I agree with you absolutely, Mr. Phillips. You cannot have two missions running around a district. And Superintendent Hurst, I know you've mentioned that to me. People have to know what that mission is and what's their part in doing it. Juan?
Just a couple of quick comments before we go to that board member reflecting on that. I remember you, Jim, you mentioned that you saw the number next to your name. My experience was we were divided into three groups, the X, Y, and Z group. Mm-hmm. And I really recognized the difference when the bell rang and it was time to go to class. All of a sudden, certain friends went to this teacher, other friends went to this other one, and I went to a different teacher. And I noticed that the kids that went with the X group had had a greater challenge. I was the group in the middle, average, and then I saw friends that would go over here, and they were kind of like the ones that the staff did not believe in. We're just going to give them the remedial over and over again, not the challenging course, not the challenging curriculum. So the sorting part, you know, gets into equity, and one of the things we look for always those opportunities for students, and that's very important. The other one, when I remember having been a high school principal for 10 years and going to board meetings, I didn't understand, you know, those board meetings were going till 11, 11:30, 12 at night, how the board could spend close to an hour, I remember very, very clearly to this date, discussing which particular lawnmower was the best one for that football field, because we just put in new sod or whatever that was. And I can't remember at that time them discussing anything that had to do with mission critical work. It was always on the other issues that they were familiar with. And when I became the superintendent, I spent a lot of time working with the board and the rest of the cabinet leadership team on let's structure the board agenda so we talk more about the impact of their decisions in terms of professional development. You know, all of the things that went with looking at assessments, looking at what we offered students in the programs. And it took a while, I'll be honest with you, because when I was superintendent, my first 3 or 4 years, the board meetings continued to go from till 10:30 to 12 at night. But the last 10 years, we would take care of business and be done. Our open sessions began at 7:30, 9:15, 9:30 at the latest, and we were done. Yep. Because we were focused and began to get focused on the right work. I commend the board for that, because it was them that agreed, you know, all of us together as a governance team to focus on the important things. And it really made us look at our consent agenda items. What do we need? How much time what can go into that portion of the agenda rather than lengthy discussions? So I'll leave it at that and get back to where you were taking us, Jim.
Yeah. So I'm just curious from all of you, what your sense is about, you know, and talking about mission critical work, what you see as your mission critical work, and how well do you think you're doing as a board and as a superintendent and as a team together in addressing the mission critical work? Now, later this afternoon, we're going to be talking about, when we talk about, for example, where do high performing boards spend their time and energy? And guess what the answer is? On mission critical work. And what is that mission critical work? We're going to be talking about some examples of that. But before we get there, what's your your initial thoughts on this concept of mission clarity around teaching and learning? Mission critical work is where you want to focus your time and energy. This is true for everybody that I'm seeing in the screen right now, particularly the board and superintendent. Chris, can you start us off there this time?
Absolutely. I'll share. I had a conversation. I haven't had a chance to talk to the board about this, but I had a conversation with Lynn Mackey, the county superintendent, and she was sharing with me just some categories that we really need to look at as a district. And she sent me this document that had things from teaching and learning department, so mathematics and where we are with our kids, especially our African-American kids and our Latinx kids. And she shared with me sort of where we were in the state. And then she talked about English language arts. She talked about suspensions. She talked about expulsions. She talked about English language learners. And she talked about special ed students. And she shared that we really are struggling in all of those areas for multiple student groups, but specifically African-American students. And I've been able to talk to some groups as well about even their thoughts around over-identification for our students in special ed and even in ELL. So when I think of mission critical work, what are the key things that we need to focus on? It's those things, and it focuses around, I mean, the big umbrella, Jim, would be teaching and learning. But if I had to disaggregate it, it would be
Right.
of those areas right there. And what she really said is, compared to everyone else in the state, we just have a lot of work to do. And that's not taken away from the really great things that's happening, but the mission critical work are around those areas.
Yeah, there are key indicators in every district, and they're not unique to that district. And you know that are how many students are algebra ready when they leave 8th grade? How many students are ready for more comprehensive reading when they leave 3rd grade? Because there's a big quantum leap in reading comprehension, but those are key indicators. So you have to break it down. Absolutely true.
If I could just add, Jim, I was talking to the Black Educators Network, and there was one teacher specifically, and certainly they had looked at some data that was talking just about what you said. And it was around students coming from the middle school to the high school and their preparedness level in math and English language arts. And I shared with him that that is a national issue, especially around Algebra 1. It is sort of like a gatekeeper in the English 9. So typically it's the algebra, the geometry, and then you have English 9 and English 10. So that falls exactly into what I was saying. But it is, going back to your question, it's all of those points and categories that I just shared with you.
Right.
That are critical.
Okay. Trustee Smith-Folds, you want to jump in?
For me, the mission critical work has to be equity. To me, equity is the key to everything. You could have the most dynamic teacher in the world, but if a child comes into the room hungry, and one child comes into the room hungry and 29 come in fed, that one child is not going to be able to hit the lesson at the same marker that the other 29 are, because they're concentrating on when's lunch. When am I going to be able to eat? When am I going to get this meal from school? So equity to me is the key and the mission that we have to stay really focused on, because everything is able to spring from that. I think that when you're talking about mission critical statement, it has to be equity. Everything has to be equity focused. Everything has to be understood through the lens of equity, because we have a huge district and kids are coming in at different points. There's different entry points to this education. When they walk into the room, they're all at different points. And if we want to support our teachers in the classroom, we have to do it by giving them the space to actually educate. We ask our teachers to be nurses. We ask our teachers to be social workers. We ask our teachers to be to serve the soup kitchen. We ask our teachers to do all of this thing. And then at the very end, we ask them to educate. So if we're a district that's equity focused, then we are giving our teachers the tools and the supports and the resources that when the kid comes into the room, they are ready. Whether that be that they're reading at grade level, because we have done the work at the very beginning before they even get into TK, we're doing that kind of work, or if we're doing the work to when they get into 9th grade algebra, that they're prepared because they had whatever it is behind them. We've got middle school teachers that we're asking to help kids come up 4 grade levels in reading, and they're in the 6th grade. And we haven't given our teachers the resources or the ability to teach reading at the middle school level, because there's an assumption that they already know it. So I think when we're looking at mission critical statement, it's taking away the assumptions and it's asking the critical questions and realizing that it has to be done through the equity lens, and it's going to take resource of money and resource of human resources. We got to put the people behind it.
I read somewhere that I think Sandy and I were talking about this as a board, addressing the issue of equity, which is a huge one, and it is an important lens. That one of the most important things the board can do in your position as board members, and the same with you, is not just listen to community, but build community and build community understanding about what you just talked about. Is that how can we get this done? We can't ignore it. We can't solve it by ourselves, but we have to help build a community that understands the importance of just what you talked about, Jamila, and how we get that done. Leslie, what's your take on mission critical work, and either how we're doing it, if we're doing it well, or where should we be spending more time and energy?
So for me as a board member and for the board, it's ensuring that the system structures, resources, and policies are in place that support student learning. I know that's very broad, but to me, that's in a nutshell what we're supposed to be doing. I also think we should be asking the thoughtful, good questions about what is going on. Of course, that's very multi-layered, but in a nutshell.
Okay. How do you think you're doing on that regard right now?
Room for improvement.
Okay.
Once again, I think if we have a good strategic plan that's revisited often, supported by sub-master plans, or, I think that it makes a lot of things more apparent as you're marching to a playbook. And you've got your objectives lined out, and you've got a process and a timeline by which you're revisiting all of your objectives, and then your continuous cycle of improvement. And I think that's very helpful, and it makes things very clear to many shareholders, if not all shareholders, that they've been allowed to participate in the process. And then it's recorded for them, and then we're hitting on the touch points as needed and as dictated by the plan. To me, it makes it very, very obvious. And then you adjust when it's not working.
It is incredibly important for the entire system to have clarity, and as President Phillips was mentioning earlier, have not multiple missions or multiple plans, but really have everybody have the benefit and the benefit that was really going to impact kids, and having clarity and a game plan. And when O3 was talking earlier about the analogy of a football team, it really is a playbook that is necessary. And you can't have a successful team if everybody's running on a bunch of different directions and they don't know what the game plan is, but also to have everybody have voice, including student voice. That's the other thing that was very, very impactful in my experience with all of you. The really high value that you place on student voice is beautiful.
Let's see, there was something else I wanted to say. Okay, a piece left me. Oh, I mean, just one of the things that weighs on me all the time is, we're talking $377 million, 28,000 students, 3,000 plus employees, that $2.1 million bond program. None of that is ever lost on me. And, I personally need to see it planned out and organized. I don't take this lightly at all. I mean, when I think about those numbers, that's the stuff that keeps me up about just how big this is. And the other piece that I know about and I do want to fix, but obviously we've had a lot to do, is I do know that our governance handbook and our board policies do not align with reality.
Yeah.
We've got some gaps there. And I would like to personally own that and bring that up to speed. I've already started looking at a number of different districts and what they do. And, there's definitely some cleanup that needs to get done. And that's really boring work. It's work that is important to me and stuff I like to do. So,
And as you do that, be thinking about mission critical policies. I know the policy handbook could be, it'd be 500 policies in there, but of those policies, there are some that are much more critical than others in terms of mission critical work and stuff. So when we can help you a little bit with that down the road, if you'd like. Trustee Phillips, mission critical work from your perspective, how you doing? And
So and I just want to add a little reflection as well on
Sure.
what you said. So, and I want to give some context for it. So I have a personal mission statement, uh, and I have a personal vision statement for my life. And it's something that I've worked on over time for actually a couple of years, right? Because it's kind of a living document. Um, and as you, and I can't remember exactly how you said it, Mr. Brown, but you said that the mission statements are missing something. You said ours sounds like the others that you've heard, but that they're missing something. They don't talk about how you do the mission.
Right.
And when you said that, like a light bulb went off because in my own mission statement, um, and uh, from listening and studying and listening to folks like Stephen Covey, right? He says it's very important that, you know, missions statements that they don't just include ends, that they have to include means as well, right? And the means is how do you accomplish the ends? And so if we know what the means are, well, one, if we know what the ends are, so we know where we're trying to get, we're on the same page. But let's just assume that we are there. We're not yet, but let's assume that we're there. The the means is how we do that, how we accomplish those ends. So like Trustee Smith Folds was talking about, um, you know, equity. She was talking about supporting teachers, and throughout this conversation, people will say different things, but all of these things, all of these means are the ways that we accomplish the ends, um, and those are the mission critical things, really, right? So if we know what our mission is, then we have to decide how do we accomplish this mission. Those are the mission critical things. And so what I'm going to say is we don't know. I mean, we I think we have like our individual ideas and opinions, but as a system, we don't really know. We don't really know because we don't have one mission. Um, and you hear Trustee Reckler talking about strategic plans, for example, um, but you could, you know, analogize those strategic plans to, you know, going back to the means that are in your statement. So, I mean, we don't really have strategic plans in place. Uh, we've been working on the ELO master plan since I was in the third grade. I mean, that's kind of a joke. Um, but we don't have plans in place. So we really don't, in my opinion, know. And I think that we have a lot of people in our system who are doing a lot of hard work, but sometimes we're working at cross purposes um, because there's not a single mission. And then even when we have a single mission, we haven't described the means to the end. So everybody's kind of out there doing what they're doing. And then I think they're wondering why they're not seeing more progress. And it's not because um, the system or people in the system are not working, right? Um, it's not because people in the system are not trying, right? You'll always have, you know, outliers where people need to, you know, be talked to or whatnot. But I'm talking about the majority, the overwhelming majority of the people in the system, right? It's not that they're not trying. It's that, you know, we're not, it's like the open hand versus the closed hand, right? Like we're the open hand, right? Like the five fingers. I mean, and you could slap somebody pretty good with five fingers like this, but it hurts a lot more if it's this, right? We need to be this. Um, and so like I will tell you, like Trustee Smith Folds was talking about um, you know, equity. So like my vision, right, for this district is that every student will attend a safe school where they are engaged and able to achieve academically, right? I have ideas, but for this system, going back to the critical work, I don't know how to do that. I mean, I know how to do some things and I have some ideas, but like that vision that I just described, like that is really what I want to have happen in my heart, but I don't know how to do it. holistically. And so, you know, like I could say like, okay, we need to focus on, you know, employee morale, and, you know, and we need to focus on student engagement, and we need to focus on academic achievement, and we need to focus on parental involvement. Like I could say all those things, and I know all of those things that I just said contribute, right? And student safety, and all of those things contribute to that overall vision, right? But I'm still talking in generalities, right? And so like, how do we begin to break those things down? And I don't I don't think we know how to do that as a system. And I'm hoping that with your help, with a new, with our new superintendent, that you all can guide us to do that. Because I'm gonna be the first to say that, like, I need help, and I think we all need help.
Thanks.
You
And
can
getting at, go ahead, Sandy.
I'm sorry, Jim. You can certainly get a lot farther on behalf of your kids when you're rowing in the same direction together, pulling together. You know, it'll happen.
And I'll just say it, big part of the superintendent's job is doing what you just said. That helping you identify what that mission critical work is, where you need to focus your time and energy and all that. We're going to talk about that a little bit more later, but that's pretty key superintendent responsibility. And then then all of you working together on those things. Trustee Christian, Othry, your take on mission critical work and kind of where you are as a district and or individually.
All right, appreciate it. I'm just, just sitting here, just thinking and just looking at the whole thing. Number one is having the lens of building the lives of our young people from the foundation. Foundation is very important. If the foundation is not built right, then in the end result, things will not work right. Foundation empowers people to go to the next level. And when we have the right ingredients, the right tools, the mechanisms that are able to help us to go to the next level, we have to put our mindset on building. And if our mission is to build, our mission is to see every young person from every nationality, from every background, from every walk of life, go to the next level. And when we pour into young people, then our young people can be able to know who they are as they matriculate through elementary and go into middle and through high school. What has happened over the years is that we have not shown equity in building the foundation. In this area, we have what is called the haves and have-nots. We have those who feel, I'm gonna just say it, those who live in the hills feel they better than those on the flatland. They feel they better, and I live in a better house than you live in an apartment building that lives in the flatland. When you're talking about equity or having the resources to build, to see the lives of all of our young people, our young men and our young ladies go to the next level, it takes people with love, passion, driven to build. And when you build, you're going to build it right. Yeah. And if we do what is right, we're going to get the right resources. Now, let me just say this. Let me just kind of go back and paint a picture of this area. This area has been showing disparities for many years, but nobody don't talk about it. And the elephant is in the room, but we don't deal with the elephant. Disparities are all throughout this area, and it's been here. But the only way we're going to break down these disparities is that we got to be real, And we got to work on tearing down the faulty system and build the right system and making sure that our mission, our vision, and our driven force is to build and see the lives of our young people go to the next level. And I've seen it. I'm a product of this district. I came through this district. I went to Martin Luther King Elementary. I went to Adams Middle School, and then I went to Kennedy High School. But I'm gonna tell you, I didn't learn until I left here and went to a historical Black college in Washington, D.C., Howard University. But what happened over those years from K through the 12, I was cheated on my education. And I'm gonna just say this, reason why so many young people are not going to the next level around here is because we cheating them out of their education. Reason why many people are going to the streets, reason why we have the killing on the streets, reason why we have all this stuff going is because we didn't do due diligence to build that foundation and to make it right. I'm gonna stand for what's right. And I believe in building and making sure that all of our kids go to the next level. I'm here. I'm in this to win this. I can go on and on, but that's it.
Otra, I just want to share with you, I heard recently, I was talking to this gentleman who knows you well, works at he used to work at the CDE, but he said that what you do and what you have done in the community that you serve is just beautiful. He said you are such a selfless, passionate leader who really, really is on a mission to help lift kids up. And it's just beautiful to hear all that. And from the work that Juan and Jim and I have done and hanging out with you guys since November, we feel that in every single one of you. And that's why we're so hopeful, so optimistic about what is going to happen in the future with all of you guys working together, especially because you selected an incredibly extraordinary leader who has the capacity, Dr. Hurst, to be able to take what O3 and what every single one of you guys have in your hearts and help you guys come together to ensure that it happens.
Well said. Demetrio, I think you're the last on this go round. Then we'll take, Jamila, I think we're getting close to that break time, right? So after this, we'll take a little break and then start another session. Demetrio, on to you.
Thank you, Jim. And it's hard to follow Trustee Christian because that was so amazingly put.
Yep.
And I agree with what all my colleagues have said. You know, as you were talking, Jim, I wrote down the piece about one of the most important things that we can do for students is to have that quality lesson, and how mission critical issues, to me, it's really removing the barriers that don't allow a teacher to provide that quality lesson, right? Like my colleague said, I think all of my colleagues kind of talked about this piece. And I think that's where sometimes we collide and we collaborate, because we all have different backgrounds, we all care, but we all see barriers on our lens, and sometimes differently and the same. And I think that's where we gotta constantly remember like why we are doing this work. But then also how mission critical issues are removing those barriers, right? Because Trustee Smith-Foltz mentioned, right, like teachers, and we're not alone on this, but especially districts like ours, where teachers have become, and administrators and, you know, classified staff have become counselors, psychologists, and nurses, and everything else in between. And just an example is just to show what we've experienced with food this year in our district and the need for food, and how that affects a child when they come to school, right? So I see our work as really removing those barriers, so that we can really allow teachers do what they're supposed to do, easier said than done. And just an example of, are we doing that work? I think that we are, and we're trying as hard as we can. But as Trustee Christian said, I think that there are different needs everywhere in our system. And I was just talking to my wife last night, who's a teacher in one of our schools, and we have a couple $100 that we put aside every month for miscellaneous things, like fixing something around the house, buying toys for our dogs, whatever that is. And she came up to me and said, hey, I'm going to put that money away next month if it's okay with you, because I want to buy a social emotional curriculum for the fall for my kids, because I believe they're going to come in with a lot of needs and I want to be prepared for that. And it totally got me thinking of like, why is my wife having to, not that I wasn't okay, I was like, of course, but why are we having to spend our money on getting her and her colleagues a social emotional curriculum, right? Why are we having to do that? And those are the barriers that I see. Right away, I texted Trustee Smith-Foltz. I was like, let's put it on the academic subcommittee agenda of like, how can we provide a dang curriculum for our teachers, right? But like, I think those are the barriers that I see in our system that like, we gotta constantly think about, that I think are mission critical. But at the same time, as you were talking, I was taking a step back and I was like, is that really the role of the board, right? To have to think about a social emotional curriculum, right? And I don't know, obviously doing this for the first time and being in a place like West Contra Costa where we have to have those conversations because there's a vacuum of sometimes, I don't want to say leadership, but like sometimes of priorities. And I'm extremely excited about Dr. Hurst because I think that he comes from a background where he sees those needs and sees what we need, and he's going to continue to look at that. But that example literally just happened last night, and it really made me think about like that is a barrier on its own, right? And I think that Trustee Christian's right. The barriers are very different if you look at a place like Stige and you look at a place like Madera Elementary School, right? Or Lupine Hills or Olinda, right? Like the needs are very different. And I see our job as removing those barriers, but supporting staff to have those conversations, in my opinion, around what social emotional curriculum should be, right? So I went on and on, but that's kind of what was on my mind from what I heard from my colleagues and what I heard from you.
When you do your strategic plan, I'm not saying delay this, I'm just thinking of a framework that the concept of the role of one of the most important things to do in the district from the governance team's perspective, I'm talking about the board and the superintendent, is the big idea is, and Leslie had one about ensuring that the resources are there to get the job done, that the systems and structure, that's a big, removing barriers to powerful teaching and learning. Now, and you can probably have a long list of those, but there are probably a few that you really want to focus on. And that should be part of your strategic thinking to the district. If you go forward, is what are those key barriers to powerful teaching and learning for every student? And which ones can we attack first? And what can the board do in that regard? What's the expectation for the superintendent and others? So, and then one of the things that you can do as board members is, you know, in your position of influence in the district, you are respected people, you are respected leaders. You can help build this sense of community responsibility for removing these barriers, and that what's the collective effort look like, what's our individual effort and stuff. So this has been a very powerful conversation from my perspectives. Sandy, before we take a little break, any thoughts? And then we'll maybe take 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and take a break. And then there's a couple of other points in that article that I wanted to highlight, and then have a little bit more conversation around those thoughts.
Okay, we'll do that when we get back then. And Juan, anything further from you? Okay. All right. So it's, by my clock, it's 20 to
2:40.
2:40. So what time? 2:50 meet back?
2:50.
10 minute stretch. Okay, 2:50 we start again.
Board, can I just have a quick motion to recess until 2:50?
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. It was moved and seconded. Trustee Smith-Foltz, are we doing a round tonight, or was it just, how are we
can
doing
go.
that?
We can start with me tonight when we do the motions.
Okay.
Smith-Foltz, yes.
Christian?
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Technically, I'm next. Phillips is yes. Okay. Trustee Reckler?
Thought I went directly, yes.
Okay, we're on break. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody ready?
Welcome back, everybody. It's so nice to stretch.
Yes.
Jamila. And it's so nice to see all of you guys again
Mhm.
and be together.
Yeah, it really is.
So is it all right if we jump back into our, finish up that article on teaching and learning? If you take a look at page 2-12.
Ms. Thorstensen,
Yes.
I just wanted to say real quick for the board members and Dr. Hurst, if you don't know, Mrs. Haney, she sent out that article, or not the article, the whole thing, so you could print it out and follow along. It's in your email now, or pull it up if you want.
And she's got it up on the screen. There we go, teaching and learning. On page 2-12, right at the, yeah, there we go. Look at that first paragraph under teaching and learning. About halfway through that paragraph, there's a sentence that starts off with, "This is one of the essential leadership challenges." Do you find that? Okay. This is one of the essential leadership challenges in education, to build consistency in policy and practice throughout the district to promote and reinforce what we know to be most likely to produce powerful teaching and learning experiences for every single kid, all sizes, shapes, and colors, no matter whether they're from the very lowest of the low socioeconomic areas or the highest. That is why we believe board meetings present a unique opportunity for education leaders to come together to meet that leadership challenge. Board meetings are well covered by the media, discussed by staff and community, and are frequently the subject of editorials. In many communities, more attention is focused on the board meeting than any other single educational activity. The sad fact is that these board meetings too often seem to operate in a world separate from that of teaching and learning. Instead of being seen as a wonderful opportunity to reinforce the district's mission and to support in every way powerful teaching and learning, board meetings are seen as something to be endured, to be survived, something far removed from the district's core work. That need not be the case. And then if you take a look at the next page, on page 2-14 up at the top, it continues on at the very top of the page on 2-14. Another factor, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2-14. Skipping 2-13. So yeah, another factor, there we go. Another factor to consider is that the public perception of education quality is shaped in part by its view of the board and the superintendent in action. The public may know less about esoteric topics such as board superintendent relations, but it does know when it sees people behaving badly or when the actions of the board do not seem related to education. One can only guess what opinions are formed about educational quality after citizens watch an acrimonious meeting, observe the topics that actually occupy board time and energy, and see people treat each other in ways that they would not want their children treated in the classroom. It's pretty heavy, but it happens way too often across many districts. And the 6 of you can ensure that that's not going to happen in West Contra Costa. That no matter how different points of views you have on topics, and that'll happen, that you're going to realize that just as a mom and dad want to provide a model to their children of how they engage in conversation with one another, when there's a disagreement, how they show respect to one another, they assume goodwill, they work it out, they listen to each other, and they're not trying to force their own views down somebody else's throat. But they're trying to figure out, okay, the mission critical work here is absolutely imperative, and we need to get it together. We need to be able to listen to each other. All the norms that Jim reviewed in the beginning, those norms are so valuable, so very valuable, and really should be something that should drive the work that you do with each other all the time. And being more selfless, more open-hearted, more open-minded, more willing to understand every single one of you have such beautiful things that you believe deeply that are going to benefit the kids. So you just got to harness it. So on that same page, if you look down to the bottom of 2-14, and we're almost done with this particular article, the last paragraph on page 2-14, the paragraph starts at the very bottom, starts off with "to this point." To this point, we've argued that the challenge for education leaders, including superintendents and board members, is to keep everyone focused on the right mission, providing all kids with powerful teaching and learning experiences that enable them to meet high standards. We've also stated our belief that effective board meetings are mission critical. That is, they have the potential of impacting in a seriously and significant way the quality of teaching and learning in the school district. We believe we must, boards, do this essential work in public and avoid creating a public forum that distracts the board from that work. So with those thoughts, the board that I was honored to serve, I didn't have the same 5 board members throughout my whole 14 years, a little bit over 14 years, but 3 of the 5 were the same. And in the beginning, it was not easy. In the beginning, especially for the newest board members, they were so fired up about carrying their flags and going off and doing their thing and thinking that they were going to change the world as individuals. It took a while for them to realize it is absolutely a team sport. There's no one person going off and creating this perfect world on their own. It's got to be a team effort. One of the things after Jim Brown and one of his dear colleagues, Renee Townsend, did my first board workshop for me, we totally revamped our board agenda. And the beginning of every single board agenda, at the very, very beginning of every meeting, a different school was spotlighted, and the choir of that school, right after the Pledge of Allegiance, the choir sang, and we started off with the focus on kids. And it brought joy, even to those people who were coming to complain about something or other. They realized, oh, you know what? It reminded people why we do what we do in this profession of ours. It's about the kids that we serve. So there was joyful music that kids provided to everybody. And then we started off with the very first topic was teaching and learning, which is the heading in every single agenda, teaching and learning. And then, you know, you guys can figure out different ways to do it. I'm just sharing one particular example about how we used our board meetings and how we used our board agenda to drive teaching and learning. So we had, each principal had a different board meeting, and we would rotate because, you know, you have a lot of principals, so it would take a long time to do this, but everybody would have a chance, everybody have a board meeting, and that principal would recognize, their staff would help them pick a kid to recognize. So a student was recognized at every single board meeting. And that recognition was based on a particular achievement that the kid was able to demonstrate, but it was not the high flying kids who were going to do well no matter what. It was the kids who were lifted up, the kids that O3 was talking about. Kids who were lifted up because of the system in our school district that was totally focused on ensuring that every single one of those kids is going to get the best life possible. So it was a beautiful thing to see these kids. And then the kid got up there, the principal introduced the kid and gave some background about the kid, but then the kid also spoke and shared just a minute's worth of whatever their thoughts were. And it was always tied to some kind of teaching and learning effort. The kids' teachers were in the audience, the kids' parents and family. Some kids didn't have parents. One particular kid I'll never ever forget, who was a foster child, he said, and he just received a full ride scholarship. And he said to everybody in this board meeting that his teachers and counselor and the rest of the staff, and he was so beautifully, he so beautifully recognized classified staff as well, because he said all of these people at his school were his family and his school was his home. And that particular school, they started this thing that spread to all the other schools. They started this little message for every single kid. They had shirts that they gave every kid that said, "You are loved." You are loved. In the beginning of every morning when the kids read the daily bulletin, right at the very beginning over the loudspeaker, they would tell all the kids, you are loved. It was the culture of compassion, of caring, of ensuring that no matter which neighborhood a kid was from, they were going to get our all. So that was just one example of ensuring that teaching and learning were going to be highlighted at every single board meeting. And we were able to go over time a ton of stuff in consent that didn't, what kind of lawnmower was going to be purchased, or, stuff that really, that is so not worthy of time being discussed at a board meeting. Those are operational issues that you don't have to be bothered with. It's not the kind, and for us, we were able, as Juan did over time, to create more efficient and effective board meetings where we didn't have to go so long. And we got all kinds of feedback from our community. They felt like, wow, it's so nice to have reasonable length of meetings that are really focused on the right work. So that's just a little example of how we did it, but it took a while to build it. Nothing happens overnight, but having the kind of hearts that you guys all have, the kind of commitment that you all have, and the beautiful flavors that you all bring, it's a beautiful thing that's going to serve your kids really well. And I just can't say often enough how happy I am for you to have Chris Hurst as your superintendent. Very happy for you guys. So with that, now we'd like to open it up to conversation again. And if you just think about those few points that I highlighted on pages 212 and 214, what key lessons jump out at you? What key lessons, and also what practices might you guys want to put into place? Taking into consideration board meetings. Chris.
I was taking some notes as you were talking, Sandy. What really resonated with me is the first paragraph that started off, another factor. And I will just share with you, in speaking with some of our leaders, or all of our leaders, I share with them the importance of core values. And for me, it's almost more significant than our vision and our mission, because what I share with the leaders is that our core values define how we talk to one another, how we treat one another, how we behave, and how we interact with one another. And I think that piece, that first paragraph, really resonated with me as a superintendent. And that first meeting, I try to model certain core values to every single leader. And what I want to share with the board, and I shared this with the board also in the interview, that I'm really interested in developing a strong partnership with the board. And I feel like I have that already. And it's only day, 6? And I feel like the board has my back. I feel that they support me. So I feel that we're off to a strong start with a strong relationship. But that piece around core values for the board, how we interact with one another, how we behave with one another, how we treat one another, and how we talk with one another, that's really important. So I don't want to gloss over that piece right there. One of the things I want us to be able to deal with as a superintendent and a board is, what are the collective agreements and commitments that we're going to make? So for me, it's one thing for us to have this conversation and to engage in that paragraph, which is a very powerful opening paragraph. But if we don't really take time and consider that and say, this is how we're going to, these are our core values as a board, as a superintendent. And then the next part is not just collective agreements around core values or core commitments, it's also, how do we hold ourselves accountable? Now, these are conversations that me as a superintendent, I'm having, and I'm going to be having with every single person in the organization, that yes, we're going to look at mission. Yes, we're going to look at vision as well. And we're going to correct all the mission stuff. But we're going to talk about core values. And then at the end of the day, we're going to talk about how we're going to hold each other accountable. So if you see someone treating a student badly, I mean, how do we appropriately go up to that individual and share with them, no, that's not how we do it in WCCUSD. This is how we do it. This is how we're going to treat our kids. Goes back to what Trustee Cushion was saying. This is how we treat one another. This is how we treat adults here in WCCUSD. Same thing with board and the superintendent. This is how we talk to one another. This is how we treat one another. So I don't want to gloss over that paragraph because there's so much meat in that one paragraph. But then it goes back to what you were saying in the opening, that everything that we do in the board meeting, everything that I do, which is why the board hired me, is it should be focused on teaching and learning, supporting our students and removing barriers, focusing on equity as well. So I don't want to gloss over that. I know we have 4 sessions, but really dedicating some time for the board to engage in that conversation about restructuring, if that's the direction that the board is going. I like your focus on kids and focus on teaching and learning. I like the concept of, in every board meeting, other than the superintendent report, that the board has in place a staff and student recognition. I've seen that in districts. So what you were sharing, I wholly agree with that. But I also believe that our meetings, if you're really going to focus on teaching and learning, that they have to be goal and future focused as well. So this concept of having a district-wide scorecard that is regularly reported out to the board, to the community on multiple measures on how we're doing. And it's like a report card. We're reporting out every 6 weeks. And President Phillips was talking about ends and versus the means. So the board clearly needs to define the ends, like what are our goals? And then it's our responsibility, and I see that in the board meetings, that we're coming up on a regular basis and we're sharing how we're doing it, the means, really, how we're getting to those ends. One concept that I would share for the board to consider is, I know we have 55 schools, 56 schools, but regular school visits. And where the board, I mean, it's actually a meeting, a formal meeting, you're going to a school site. But the purpose of going to the school site as a board is to really kind of have a mini report out on the ends, like progress toward the ends. And then that progress is actually follow up in a public meeting. That's how you follow up and make it teaching and learning focused. So imagine that we have a calendar, whenever our board does the calendar, and they put out this agenda. This is the schools that we're going to visit on an annual basis. And we might not get to all of them, but then it's very clear that we're going in the classrooms, we're seeing what's happening, but we also are very clear that here's our goals as a district that the board has established, and we want to see your progress toward the ends. And then, you know what, that's going to be reported out to the public in a public session. So that's just my ideas on what you just shared, Sandy.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Other thoughts? Leslie.
Sure, just a couple of thoughts on this chapter is that it is almost wholly within our power to shape and change board meetings and do as we desire. There's actually very little that boards actually have to do. I mean, it's pretty much a broad, it's pretty much an open highway as to what you choose to focus on. So much of that is completely up to us to shape. I've already talked with Dr. Hurst a lot about metrics, agreed upon metrics, scorecarding. When he's ready, I've got piles of things that I'm waiting for to share. I, collect all these. He's going to get me to break my paper habit, but I still love my paper. But that's all very important, and collectively deciding what we want to focus on and what's important to us. We used to have a lot more staff and student recognitions, but COVID, I think some of that has just fallen to the wayside. That could come back, and I'd love to, because I also talk about marketing our schools all the time, and that's a good opportunity to do that and to highlight success. And then I did want to touch on consent, and I think that this board has done a really good job on consent, not really pulling everything off. It used to be like pulling everything off. And I think this board has gotten a lot better than that, but there is really some complicated stuff on consent. And there are different ways to go about and keep that off the board meeting floor. There can be some side meetings and things like that before. I try to send everything in on Sunday night so that by the time we roll into Wednesday, I have a better understanding. I think some of we can get grouped together and work through some of those, but just not everything in consent is a lawnmower. And we have some pretty complicated stuff that comes up, and I spend a lot of time on it, and I have some other ideas offline about how to make it easier. There's certainly some changes I'd like to see, but that's not for today, but it's been in my mind of how we do take some very, very sophisticated and complex material and get everybody to understand it and buy off on it is a challenge and a work in progress is all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Demetrio.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of wanted to jump after Trustee Reckler because same thing was kind of on my mind, especially after hearing Dr. Hurst. Dr. Hurst, I love all your ideas, by the way, which is great. You know, Sandy, I heard you talk about how you ran board meetings and consent items, having a lot of consent items. I think that part of our problem, not as a board, but like in our district, is lack of trust. And we've had lack of trust for such a long time that it leads to really, really long board meetings and a lot of items and discussion, right? That I feel like when I have observed other boards in my day job, I work with 10 boards. And when I watch their board meetings, some of their board meetings are an hour and a half after recognitions, after reports, and hours are like 2 hours just on that, right? Just in reports and other things. And I don't think that's because of the agenda setting team or anything like that. I think it's because of the lack of trust that has been in our district for a while, which is, I think, part of why some of us ran for accountability, right? In different areas. So I think that's where I'm so excited about Dr. Hurst, that he'll build that trust back up, where as board members, we can feel like Trustee Reckler said, we can just vote on the consent items because the work has been done, where we understand the vision, we understand how they tie to mission critical, how they're mission critical, that we have had the conversations, right, with staff before the board meeting, right, et cetera, which I think it's going to help us long term. I think that right now, even if we have those meetings, sometimes what I have done is that I used to tell Mr. Duffy, hey, just so you know, I'm going to ask these questions again in public. And I was just reflecting on why did I do that? And it was because I wanted our constituents to know that I asked those questions, right? But that's because of that lack of trust that we even asked those questions, right? So I think that you didn't talk about this, Sandy, but I'd be really curious to hear about how you build that trust. And I think that the reason why I started with Dr. Hurst, I love your ideas, is because some of those ideas I think is going to lead to building that trust back up, and kind of seeing right now as starting new. To me, I think is how I wanna move forward, right, with starting new.
And Demetrio, the issue of trust is so foundational. You know, as Jamila was sharing about, equity is absolutely job one, but all of these things are interlocked, and you can't get to any of the work, including equity or powerful teaching and learning, if you don't build trust. So I can share some thoughts there, Jamila.
I think one of the things for me is for us to have more efficient meetings, we have to start at the bottom and work our way up. By the time that our community gets to the board, they have been let down by every other part of the system. So when they come to the board, they come in hot, they come in focused, they come in angry, and they come in not hearing, but wanting just give me the answer, give me a solution, let me know what's happening so I can go back and help my kid. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things that if we build in structures to where when a parent comes to the teacher has the resources and the time to speak to the parent and try to solve that issue. And then if it gets past the teacher and it goes to the principal has the time and the resources to be able to help that issue. Before it gets to our internal staffing in the central office, they have the time and the resources, and before it gets to the board. If we have those good structures in place for good service. If we have good service in place, then we are able to do the other type of work that we need to do at the board level. So we can increase trust, so we can have more things on consent, so we can have more time to highlight the good things in our community. But when we are so kind of top heavy and we're hearing from our community all of these things that have to be fixed, adjusted, looked at, focused on, you know, it's one of those things that it gets to the point to where we don't spend our time talking about teaching and learning in the classroom because we're putting out all these other fires that we don't provide the right supports for them to be put out at a different level. Like there's levels to this. And that's what I mean about this district's been rewarded for being out of order. It's been rewarded for being out of order. So we have to stop doing that and focus on doing this, meaning putting everything in order. And I think it has to do with our public comment. It has to do with moving important things higher up on the agenda so the public doesn't feel that they're waiting to 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. They're mad by 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. And we have to be honest enough to understand we was mad when we was watching the board meetings and it was 10:30 and 11 o'clock at night. We trying to say something or, you know, it's just the reality of it. So I think that when we're now in this position, we need to remember what it was when we were not. And what we promised when we got here, you know what I mean? That we're going to be service minded, that we're going to focus on the community, we're going to center the kids, we're going to push the equity forward. And I think that as a board, when we have these real conversations about this is what we should do, this is what we shouldn't do, this is how we should treat each other, this is what it looks like when we're angry, this is what it looks like when we are, you know, getting it together. It's just one of those things that we have to be able to really talk to each other. I told Demetria a long time ago, when I put my red lipstick on, I read the agenda and I'm gonna have something to say. It's just, that's what it is. Like I've read, but it's one of those things that it's a clue. We pick up on these clues with each other, but it's about us six forming a relationship to where we can get the business done because we already know how to interact and react and understand each other. And we can still do that with all of our personalities, with all of our passion, with all of our focus. And the only way we do that is we carve out some norms and some rules that we're going to follow. And we know that we're going to be checked if we go off of them. And we have to be okay with getting checked by each other before we get checked by the community. We need to kind of check each other and be like, oh, yo, we need to let this person finish, or hey, wait a minute, this was happening over here. Let's back up. And that's going to take the space and the grace to be able to really work through it. Like we're gonna have to work this thing out. Well, we've only been here 4 months and 4 of us were brand new. So we're really coming into it in a mind of learning and knowing that it's gonna be long before it gets short. We're gonna have to have these really long board meetings before we have these really short ones. But if we put some policies and procedures in place and we start really telling each other like, let's do this, let's not do this. Let's focus on this, let's not focus on this. Let's put this in an email. Let's have this conversation online. Let's have our superintendent answer these questions, but these are going to be hot issues that we know we're going to have to talk about. We're not going to put on consent things that are like billion-dollar contracts. We're going to talk about them. Let's know we're going to talk about them and then organize ourselves in that manner. I don't know if I answered the question, but that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Appreciate that so very, very much. It's helpful to hear, and I think helpful for everybody to hear where you guys are coming from. I think your board meetings are absolutely going to get shorter over time after trust is really built and demonstrated in a consistent way among all of you, the 6 of you, and in how your staff serve the public, how the staff serves the kids, how the staff serves parents. It's going to get there. It's going to get there. You know, it's been sort of a haphazard way of handling things. So Chris has the right skill set and the right demeanor and the right heart to be able to help build all of that. And you guys as an entire board are going to help him and not be a distraction. So that's how a superintendent can really get amazing work done with staff and with the whole community, by having all 6 of you guys arm in arm, knowing that, you know, to be able to do the work that needs to be done on behalf of kids, to be able to lift the kids up, especially those that have the greatest opportunity gaps. That only happens if you guys are rowing in the same direction, which is going to happen.
And that's not always easy to do. You know, I think that you hit on something, Smith Folds, that's so critical with the trust. You know, prior to me becoming superintendent, we did not pass 12 bond measures. They all failed, 12 in a row. And one of them failed by 2 votes, not 2%, 2 votes.
Wow.
And as I stepped into the situation, I recognized right away and realized what you just said, Smith Folds. They didn't trust us. The community did not trust us at all. And some of it went back to a statement that Sandy said earlier, when new board members would come in and out, they'd come in with their own agendas. And if you recall, when you were running for the board, you made some commitments. You used the term I. And that transition from I to we, now you're a governance team, is a transition. But how do you go from I to we, but maintain the me? Because the me is important. Each of you is so valuable in what you bring to the table. The passion, Mr. Christian, that you brought with your statement, the equity. And then 2 of you said what you wanted very clearly, but I don't know how. We're going to dig into those things, because structure was also brought out, and the strategic plan. And what you need to be careful of is not to get everything all mixed up and build too much so that you can't work your way through it. So we're going to talk about those different things and how important they are. And I have some things to share about building trust too. And, you know, I'll just give you 2 examples very quickly. Is that okay, Jim, with our time?
Sure.
One example, you know, in building trust, I decided as a superintendent, we only had 23 schools. We're not as large as you, but 23 schools is still, and we serve different communities, the mountain community, a couple of cities. And I said, well, let's start with our employees. About 96, 98% of our classified employees live in the community. And about 60% of our certificated lived in the community. So let's start building trust with those people that talk to parents, with those people that live in the community. How do we do that? And, you know, and my thoughts were very simple, because I'm not a very smart person, but I figured out that the best way to build trust is to listen to people and to respect them. And so I made it a point, the last 14 years as a superintendent, I would go to every school and just have an open forum. I would open it up with all the employees there and say, okay, I'm here to listen to your thoughts, your questions, your concerns, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Sometimes 1 board member went with me, sometimes 2, sometimes all 7 of them showed up. And it was just an open forum of listening to people and answering their questions. So that was a simple strategy. We call them school site chats. And it started with building that trust with the employees. And then the second strategy we implemented a few years later, which is real simple, was just a secret shoppers program. We hired 2 of our substitutes, one that spoke very good Spanish, and then one an English speaking. And we said, you're going to visit every school in person, and you're going to say you moved into the neighborhood, and we gave them a script. You're also going to call every school Because who does the public have contact with first? The people in the offices, right? Whether it's in the counseling office, the attendance office, the school secretary, and you're gonna just take notes of how you're treated when you say you're gonna register a new student. And we got back feedback from all of the schools. And what we did is we did turn it into a punitive thing. We publicly recognized those employees that provided quality service on the phone or to people going in person. And then we gave the other list to the principal and said, here's how your office staff treated the public. And so you deal with it. And so those are just simple ways to begin the process of building trust. Very, very simple. I think Jim and Sandy have probably 100 other ways that they can share with you, but those are just what come to mind right now of something that we did in the very first years as in working with the board and the district.
I completely agree with that, Juan. It's just a matter of consistently demonstrating genuineness, servant leadership, responsiveness, listening, demonstrating that it wasn't an autocratic atmosphere, but it was truly a collaborative atmosphere and inclusive atmosphere. Chris.
I know there's probably other board members that want to weigh in as well, but I just wanted to add to the conversation of building trust since we're talking about that. And I just want to share with the board, there's a really good book out there by Vivian Robinson, and it's called Student-Centered Leadership. And in that book, she talks about building relational trust. And she has some very key pieces about what breaks trust in an organization and what builds trust. And there's several books out there. But one of the things she talks about is trust is certainly built around this concept, like you were saying, Mr. Garza, when you're listening to people authentically. And then trust is also built when you're showing a personal interest in their professional and their personal lives. But then also trust is built when people see that you're a competent leader. So I want to spend a moment on there because so I'll frame it this way. When you see an organization struggling, then a lot of questions are coming up, and it breaks down trust in several different ways. Like if you have, you shared something with someone and they're supposed to do it, and if it does not fall through or there's gaps in it, and especially if you're very detailed oriented, like I know some of our board members are, all of our board members are, and you see glaring gaps in that, then that is something that's going to break down trust. So as you look at our history, some of the questions, or maybe even elephants in the room, is, has trust been broken because of organizational issues and gaps in the organization or structures where certain things weren't followed through as expected by the board? I mean, that could be why trust is broken. Is trust broken between the community and the district as well because of what has happened in the past with whatever issue? And now they're looking at the future and whether or not they have confidence in our district that there's going to be follow through on certain things. So what she was saying in her book is really real. So what I will share with the board is there are conversations that we're having right now, and I think I shared it with Trustee Reckler. This concept around easy wins is really real, and we can really start developing and building trust right now. So I'm having conversations with organizations about what are the things that we can start working on right now and do a really, really, really effective job on and get an easy win that's going to build trust. So one of the things I'll just put out there is the fall re-entry. So there's a big conversation around whether or not the community has trust that that's even going to happen. But that could be an easy win if we organize this right and we do this right and we reimagine this right and we collaborate with people. If it's really planned out well, that could be an easy win, and that's going to build trust. And there's other issues that have been identified already that I can share with you, like communication. That's something that's come out to the SWOT analysis process. Can we do a better job internally in communication and externally as well? That's an easy win. The CAO position, that's an easy win. Getting the right person and using the right process, using the collaborative process. So I would say absolutely, there's certain things that we can do within the organization. And if we do them well, it's going to turn out well and it's going to build trust. So back to your question, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, we can build trust. And believe me, trust has been broken in several ways, but we can build trust, and it takes one thing at a time, and it takes us doing it extremely well.
That's so important, to follow through in the communication. And by the way, after that, we passed 3 bond measures in a row.
Oh, beautiful. That's awesome.
So
No wonder they keep you around for such a long time.
So we have some other board members to weigh in on this conversation. Mr. Phillips?
So there were a couple of things that have come up that I would like to just share a little bit on. So the first thing is highlighting students as a way to celebrate students, but also to keep focused on why we are here. That is something that happened more in the past. And I think if that's what we want to do as a board, and I'm just going to put it out there like this, we got to stop talking. Because you can't have, I mean, one, like it has to be, a time that's set aside, right, for that. And it kind of has to stay within that time. But then what tends to happen here, or what I've seen happen here anyway, is like everybody wants to add all of these things to the board meetings, but nobody ever wants to cut anything out. So, whether it's a report from a group, whether it's student, singing, which has happened in the past, or dancing, but nobody wants to cut anything out. So then the meetings just get longer and longer and longer. And then board members don't want to stop talking either. And so it just gets longer and longer and longer. And then it's like, you have to, if you insert something, you have to take something out. And that's because otherwise you cannot do it all. I mean, and then even there's been this conversation around public comment about moving public comment up, but general public comment, but I don't think the public realizes that general public comment is actually part of our opening procedures. Now, we may not get to general public comment until an hour or an hour and a half, or maybe like the last meeting, somebody said it was 2 hours after the meeting started or more. But if you look where it is actually on our agenda, it is literally in our opening procedures every single meeting. Before we get to discussion, before we get to action, before we get to board comments. So what does it mean to move up an item that's already in our opening procedures? I don't know. I mean, but I don't think when we have the discussion that people are necessary, and I'm talking about the public because they're the ones saying move it up. Like, I don't think they necessarily are really looking at the agenda to be like, well, heck, it's already in the opening procedures. So kind of what's happening between the opening of the meeting and public comment that it takes so long for us to get through our opening procedures, right? Because we can't put public comment before we open the meeting. It's already in the opening procedures, right? So, I mean, it's just a thought. As far as the parents are concerned who call it and complain, Trustee Smith-Folds is I'm gonna say 95% right, because I'm gonna say 95, because it's 5% of the people who call in just because they want to call in and it cause a ruckus at the meeting. But I'm gonna say the 95%, right, of you know, I asked my teacher, I asked my principal, I asked the executive director, I asked all of these people, and my problem was not resolved. So now I'm on TV, I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna ask you all in front of everybody, you know, and so that happens over and over and over and over. So we do need to put in place a structure. So there's some kind of, you know, valve, a release valve. Now, if somebody needs to come to the board because it's still not happening, that's obviously their right, and I would not discourage that, but it should not come to that as much as it does. So we really do need to have a complaint process and one in place, and because we should really kind of be the backstop, like the last stop on the train. And we are for these parents who have been trying. Because we are talking about practices and solutions as well, like around Dr. Hurst building that structure. But one of the things that I saw a couple of years ago was Los Angeles Unified, and they did this in a regular time where it wasn't COVID. But what they did is they had a complaint table. And so what would happen is before the meeting started, if parents, for the parents that like come to our meetings, there will be this table and it will be staffed. And so I know it was before the meeting started, and it may have gone while the meetings were on, at least part of the time. I don't remember, but I know it was before. So you can go, and then you had this place where you could actually make a complaint, you know, and it was staffed by people who take complaints. And then that was a way to take some of that out of the board meeting and make sure that there was somebody there who can resolve questions, answer questions, or resolve problems for parents. I don't know how you do that in a virtual environment. I don't know if you advertise that prior to the meeting, you know, we're going to have breakout rooms, because people need to be able to share their issues confidentially, right? Which you can't do in a large Zoom. But theoretically, we could still do the same thing in our space, right? In a virtual space with breakout rooms. And then when we get ready to go back into, you know, fully in person, where the public is there, we can, you know, we could maybe do the complaint table. I think it's a good idea. But either way, whether it's the complaint table or something else, we need structures in place to handle complaints for parents. And then the other thing that I wanted to just share really quickly, and this is just, I'm gonna put a little context for myself. So when I got married, I'd never been married before, did not necessarily have the best example. And so I told my wife, I said, look, I've never been married before. I don't know what this is supposed to really necessarily look like. I said, so this is how we can resolve disputes in our home. I said, if I'm doing something that you think is wrong, and you come to me and tell me, and you guys have all been around me for a minute, so, but I'm doing something that you think is wrong, and I don't think it's wrong. Like, so there's a dispute. Like, I think I'm right, you think I'm wrong, you know. And what I told her, I said, all you have to do is get your Bible and show me a scripture and say, Mister, you're wrong. This says you're supposed to be doing this. And I said that, I told her at the very beginning, I said, and I will listen. Even if I think I'm right, I will listen. I will change my behavior. Just show me a scripture and I'll change it. And so she started whipping out scriptures, right? And I'm changing stuff. And then when I told her, after a while, I said, now, when I said I would do this, it should go both ways. I said, so don't just be whipping out these scriptures all the time and then doing other things. And so the context that I'm putting that at is this for myself, because we're talking about norms, and I'm kind of looping it back to the norm conversation. So at the beginning of the board meetings, like I read those core values, where it says like what we believe, like like I'm holding it right now, like I literally have a paper copy that I keep. And so like the first one, treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect. So like, if one of you were to call me, right, on television, right, and I'm doing this is now you understand why I talked about my wife and how I moved into that, right? So like if like one of you were to call me, you know, and you know, on the phone, on television, call me on the phone and say, hey man, like core value number one. I don't think last night, you know, you really followed core value number one. And I want to talk to you about it because it made me feel this kind of way. Like you can hold me to that. I mean, like I'm reading those for a reason, right? But at the same time, like I told my wife, you know, if you call me and say like, hey, core value number 5, man, you messed it up, then, you know, I would hope that I'm able to share the same thing because it's a two-way street. But if we're talking about norms, we got norms in our board policy, and you could call me on it if I violate a norm. Like literally pick me up the phone and call me. And I will hope that I could do the same thing with all of you.
And always coming from a place of striving for continuous improvement and not just bagging on somebody. Really, you know, holding everybody up so that way everybody's helping each other to continually grow.
That's it for that. That's it.
I love that story, President Phillips. That's great.
Other board member comments before we?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and go. You know, just sitting here, just evaluating, just you know, really just taking things in, internalizing, looking at core values, following the core values. Covers many areas, you know, depending on how we look at a value. You know, just take, you know, trust, and just looking at how the word trust, and what comes to my mind is being an example to people, and not only that, but I live by what I do, and I practice what I preach. And you know, building trust. And when you make a mistake or when you do things, then you acknowledge, you recognize, man, I didn't realize, you know, you correct yourself. And if you know, and it's pointed out, a good leader eternalizing themselves continually and always evaluating themselves. Maybe when others maybe not evaluate, but you evaluate yourself to see where you are as an individual. And that's growth, and growth is ongoing, where you always going to continue to develop and grow in life. So when I look at core values, I'm a value system is looking at how do I put these things into practice. You know, throughout the years, you know, just looking at our district, you know, which a lot of trust factors has, where things were said this was going to happen, but it never happened. Like Kennedy High School, supposed to be rebuilt, but they took Kennedy off the list for some apparent reason. And you know, but everybody paid taxes. Everybody voted for the bond measure. You know, everybody, you know, did all the, you know, but yet, you know, people were let down. And you know, then you ask, where's the, you know, why do people do what they do? Well, people have agendas, people have motives. They have, but the question is, you know, it goes back, do you have good motives? Or is my motives, where is my mindset? And you're looking at over the years, how things has been done. And people voted for a lot of these measures, a lot of these things in the past. But a lot of, you're talking about trust and trusting and knowing that these things are going to happen. And so we gotta look at, how stuff was done. But we gotta, what we gotta do is tear down the old and put the new mindset in. And you can't operate. It's like you can't put new wine into old wine skins. You see, I'm going somewhere with this now. You talking about new wine and old wine. Well, I'm gonna just say this: old wine and new wine don't mix. Think about it, because it will not hold, it will not contain, it will burst, because it cannot congeal itself together. So think about it. Are we mixing the new with the old? Or are we putting in the new and doing it the right way by putting it in new wine skins where it's gonna last a long time? But if we do it right, we can't go wrong, y'all. We can't go wrong. I know what I'm talking about. I'm through.
Miss Sandy, can I just say that I not only agree with Trustee Christian, but it's such a good analogy. Like, we, in this district, we do so much stuff in the dark that when by the time it gets out in the light, it's just anger that comes out. Like, we have to start working in transparency and accountability, and we have to start working in the light. Like, we have to start working in public, because people don't trust us with the money. They don't trust us with the policies. They don't trust us with equity. They don't trust, and it's not just us, is the system that we are sitting in. Like, we're the board. So they don't trust that what we say is going to happen because there's been no follow through. Like, traditionally, there's been no follow through. And I think that we're so busy as a district covering things up instead of saying words like, I don't know, I'm trying, not yet, doing my best, I will get back to you. And we actually do, like, it's going to come through. Like, we don't do any of that. It's just, we say yes and then we don't do it, or we say no and we still don't do it. Like, it's not, there's no real commitment to being transparent. And I think that the reason is, I think that people are afraid of the accountability. We have a really fear-led district. Like, the principals are scared, the teachers are scared, staff in the central office scared, everybody's scared to just speak whatever it is, whatever the truth is, everybody's scared to speak it, because they're scared of all the things that happen when you do. Scared of the backlash, scared of being, called this or done this, scared of losing their job, scared of all of this stuff that we can never get to the real issues because we sit in fear all the time. So what Trustee Christian is saying is accurate. We've got to literally just get rid of the old wineskin and not put anything else in it, because it's just not functioning well in our district. So thank you, Trustee Christian, for that. That's awesome.
Thanks, all of you. That was very honest, very forthright conversations that, and if I were in your shoes, Chris, I think I'd be, how much, that we're learning from these conversations that we're having with the board members today, and what drives their passion and energy, and how they want to focus their work, and them hearing from you about your commitment to many of the things that we're talking about today and stuff. So Sandy, can you wrap up this section then, and then we'll move to the next part?
Absolutely. And I would just wrap it up briefly by saying, I'm excited about a new day with new wine. Red, please.
Yeah, and with new wine. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So the next section of the workshop has to deal with taking this concept of mission critical work now, which we're all on. I think we're all on the same page in that, what it is. Trying to fine tune that a little bit, and looking at what the mission critical work of the board is, and we'll look at some best practices in that regard, and of the superintendent, and then of the governance team itself, the 6 of you, and what do those look like. And there's going to be a couple of different kinds of activities in this section. So one of the things I'd like to check is the that you received now, and the handouts for today. Do you all have those now? Okay, because I'm going to reference one page that I'll be asking you to do some work on independently for a few minutes and stuff. So I just want to make sure you all have that. Okay, all right. That'll come in just a few minutes. So the second article deals with lessons from high-performing boards. And it's one we picked because it comes at it from a little bit different perspective. It's not about just a school board, but it's addressed to the larger world of nonprofit boards. And there's a lot of variety in these. You have some with foundations in your district that have boards. There's a school board, but you all share one thing in common. You are trustees with the responsibility of ensuring the welfare of the particular organization that you represent. And what should occupy your time and energy? Well, McKinsey, which is they're a big consulting firm. They do a lot of work in the private and the public sector over time. They just did a really good study on the impact of the pandemic on learning time and what the losses were and how we might make them up. That was a major study that came out just about two months ago. But they also did the study, and when they finished the study, they identified 3 broad areas where, when they looked at boards that were very successful in the organization they represented, they found, here's the 3 big ideas. The first is that high-performing boards shape the direction of the district or organization through being clear about mission, and we talked about that in mission critical work, being clear about strategy. What are the key, and sometimes you'll hear the term core strategies. What are the core strategies in place to achieve the mission and vision? And what are the key policies that the board has put in place or needs to put in place that will enable the success, that will support the success of the organization? So let me go back over those again. They shape direction through mission, making sure that the mission stays in the mission critical work, and we talked about that, through having clear strategies to achieve the mission. And then what are the policies? And I know, remember I mentioned the handbook of 500 policies, but there are core policies that are really important to have in place, and what are those? So, and I'll just amplify on one point, the term core strategy. A while ago, I did a workshop for a superintendent in a cabinet in a large urban district in California. And I started by asking them, I complimented them on, the clarity about their mission and vision, and everybody was on the same page on that. And then I asked them the question, what are your core strategies, the key strategies that you have in place to achieve your mission? And I said, there were about 12 people in the room. And I said, I want you to each write down what those core strategies are. Because I didn't want them to talk to the superintendent first and then because I was curious to see what kind of agreement there was in the room on how we're achieving our mission. Not surprising in a way, but I'm sure it's not unique, but the variety of answers that I got to those questions from the key leaders in the district was a real eye-opener. And of course, you can guess how we spent the rest of the time talking about You know, aren't we on the, shouldn't we be on the same page about something so basic as this? You know, I mean, they got the mission, but in terms of a core strategy. Now, I'll give you an example of that. Juan, you're familiar for this from Sanger. You know, that Sanger had a core strategy around professional development communities. Now, you can debate the effectiveness of those one, but they made that commitment. And that's where investing our time and energy. And, you know, if you went in that district, and there have been multiple studies done on it, if you went and asked people in the district, what's your core strategy, you probably get 90% people saying the same thing, because it was so clear and evident. So that's in terms of, now going back to the McKinsey study, shaping the direction of the district through mission, clarity about the right core strategies and clarity about them, and then the key policies that we need to put in place to support them. That was the first big area that they found where the board spent their time. The second one was to ensure that the leadership, resources, finance, and systems of the district. So this goes to your point, Leslie, earlier today, that the leadership, these are all the systems, the leadership system, the resources, the finance, and all that are commensurate with the vision. And listening to Trustee Smith-Folds a while ago, you know, about the child that goes into the room that doesn't have all the elements that other students bring to the room. That child does not have the resources commensurate with achieving the vision. So as a board and as a superintendent, what do we do to make sure that we have the right leadership in place? For you, that's the superintendent for this, but it's also to making sure that you have the right policies in place and practices to ensure the effectiveness of other leaders in the district. So how does the evaluation system of the district work? And how is it aligned to achievement of your goals? And that while you depend on the superintendent to do the evaluations, you exercise an oversight function in terms of making sure that the evaluation system, I'm just picking that as an example, is in place to make sure that that the systems are in place to achieve the vision and the mission of the district. So ensuring that leadership, and you just went through a major exercise in that, in your choosing the top leadership of your district and making a change. The financial systems are in place. So that's the second major area. The third, that high-performing boards spend their time and energy on mission-critical work, is monitoring the performance of the effectiveness of the systems and structures and all that. So there's some dimensions to that it's the performance of the superintendent, because that's your evaluation is monitoring superintendent. The superintendent, on the other hand, he in this case monitors the people in the cabinet. I'm not sure what you're doing in regard to principals, Chris, but to make sure there's a good principal evaluation system, and that the performance systems are in place, and that corrective action is taken when there's a problem. So it's not just you evaluate, but that what is the correct. So when we have poor performance in some place in the district, what's the corrective action? How did we identify it, and what's the corrective action? That's a board responsibility to make sure those at your level, that we have the right systems in place to do that. And Chris carries those out. The second thing you monitor are changes in the internal and external environment. Now, what do I mean by that? Is there on the external side, is there a major demographic shift occurring in the district? And what does it look like? This is the strategic thinking part that we talked about earlier in the strategic plan, the really important document to have. But this is where you say, what's going on out there that we need to pay attention to, so that you're not in a reactive mode for the future to everything, but in a proactive mode, and you anticipate. And good organizations often do something called scenario planning, where they say, what if this happens, then we're prepared. What if that happens, then we're prepared. So they're not, not everything is 100% predictable. So you have to think about, and then you also monitor changes in your internal environment. So if you have a significant increase in the number of substitute teachers, okay, that you would pay attention to that, because that has an impact on the quality of education. If there's staffing changes occurring, if you need to do succession planning, whatever it is, a bond issue is an example of not only getting resources, but monitoring the environment. What do we need to do to take care of our facilities and their staff? And the third area is monitoring your own practices. How do you evaluate your work as a board? How often does that occur? Our thinking is that it occurs similar to superintendent evaluation. You have one at least annually in a mid-year review, and you have a good template to do that. And I've seen a couple there. So I think, you can correct me on this, but maybe we can talk about that at some point. But how does that board self-evaluation system take place? So let me go back, quick review. High-performing boards spend their time, most of their time, shaping direction through mission, strategy, and key policies. They ensure that the leadership, resources, and finances of the district are commensurate with the vision. That's one reason you go for a bond issue, because you want to have high-quality facilities, you got to pay for them. And finally, you monitor performance and ensure corrective action in areas in terms of your policies, your goals, and your changes in the internal, external environment and your own practices. Okay, so my first question is, and then I have a second activity. How would you rate yourself as a board and superintendent in terms of those three big areas? Mr. Phillips, I see you have your hand up.
I had a question about the board evaluation.
Sure.
So board members, at least one board member, but probably more, there's one on my mind, has brought up board evaluations. And I have been hesitant to do board evaluations because I don't feel that the board is in a safe space. We have board members who, we have past board members who call into board meetings and openly criticize board members in meetings. We have allies of past board members who call in, openly criticize board members in meetings. And if I had to bet, some of those people I would think are going to try to run against some of the board members, or run people against some of the board members and try to take them out. And I don't feel, and because we're in this new space right now, because we just moved into wards, some of the board members have to run for re-election in 2 years. I don't feel comfortable doing board evaluations in open session. Is it something that could happen in closed session, like employees, or how do you handle that?
Okay, I'm going to respond briefly at this point, and then I'm going to amplify on it a little bit, because I don't want to go through it. Briefly, I think it is, when we talk about board evaluation, one of the important parts of it is because it models the importance of evaluation to the system. And if we believe in continuous improvement, as I'm pretty sure we all do, how do we as a board, how do I as a superintendent have an evaluation system that enables me or us to take a self-reflective look? I'm talking about a very internal process. This is something you do by yourselves. Usually it has to be done in open session, but if you have the right template, okay, what we're doing today is really a form of board and superintendent evaluation, if you stop and think about it. We're looking critically at our work. We're identifying areas that we would like to do better. We identified some, we need to work better on this together, or that's it is a little bit like doing any workshop is a form of self-evaluation if you stop and think about it. So my suggestion, and I know Sandy, your boards did evaluations of themselves, and they evaluated the superintendents. We've all been through a superintendent evaluation. It's critical. I like part of that personally to be public. That when I'm talking about how I did in relation to achieving district goals, I want that to be out there because that's important for the community and the board to know how, as a superintendent, I'm doing. Now, if you have a personal goal for me, you shouldn't get angry so much. We can have those conversations different, but in terms of achieving district goals, and the same with the board. So you're always out there politically. I can't, you can't take that away. But I think you're personally, Mr. Phillips, I think you're in a stronger position with the community if they know we look critically at ourselves and in a positive way. And we have a simple template, and you could just do the 3 areas that I just mentioned, okay? And it doesn't have to be written. It could be a conversation around how are we doing with shaping the direction of the district through mission, strategy, and key policy? How do we do this year? Conversation. You don't have to have a numerical rating. You can if you want. I think the conversations are more important than any particular numerical rating. And you could go through these 3. That would be a good annual board evaluation. And how are we doing? I might add to that, how are we doing with the superintendent? And the superintendent doing what? Because you're all part of the governance team. I don't know if that answers your question, but I do think it's important for the board to model the importance of continuous improvement and to have some discussion around what your critical mission critical work and how you're doing. You don't have to have a written document. You can if you want. A lot of boards do, but I don't know. Does that help at all? Or
it does help, and it does help, and I would love to see like a template, like you're describing, that is because I don't want trustee X. I'm not going to say any names. I don't want trustee X to like come into a board meeting and to pour out his or her heart, right? And then somebody runs an ad. I'm just being real. Somebody runs an ad,
yeah.
A year and quotes them like, and all they were trying to do was to really, be honest and help move the system forward. So like, if there's a way for us to do that doesn't like hurt these people, and it's not even about me. I'm not talking about myself, right? But to hurt them, that's what I'm concerned about.
And it's a legitimate concern, and I think there is a way to do that. I really believe that if, in fact, as I said again, it says to the system, we look at ourselves just as we expect you to look at your work, and it seems to me it's if we don't model something, we're a little bit more vulnerable. So I actually see it as a strength, that it's something. I've been on the board 4 years, and we're part of a system that looks at itself every year and what we can do better and how we can better serve this. And here's what we've done over the past 3 years. That to me is a plus for the future. Something like that.
I'd like to add that in the last 3 months, either Sally Frazier, one of the partners with Leadership Associates, and myself, and in 2 cases, myself, have done within the last 2 months, facilitated board self-evaluations. And it's one of the key things in building trust with staff too.
Yeah. It can do that. That's right.
Accountability begins at the top. It really does. If you want to hold your superintendent accountable and you want your superintendent to hold everybody else accountable, you have to have a structure that's visible to people that you're holding yourself accountable. And you know, one of the instruments we use is very, very simple. You know, you talk about, you know, putting yourself out there. We send out a survey with the 6 major themes, about 5 or 6 questions to all the board members. It's anonymous. We collect the data. We put it in graphs. We share the strengths and the areas we need to talk about. We share it with the board. We bring it to a meeting like this and we go through it, you know, and talk about it. It's non-threatening, but the issues, the things come out, and it's really very effective.
So there's no names attached to it, but it's the issues and the concepts that need to be worked on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Board unity, board stakeholder relations, it's board superintendent relations, operations of a board meeting. You know, there's 6 themes. I'd be glad to share that instrument with you and what the results look like, President Phillips, and the rest of you, all of you, you know, take a look at it. It's really very effective.
Yeah, Demetrio?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of us self-monitoring how we're doing and getting input from our stakeholders. I also agree with Trustee Phillips. I think the few times that someone has called in and specifically calls us out, right? It doesn't feel good ever, no matter how much of it comes with the territory, right? So I agree. I mean, I think that if I love what Juan said about if we could develop something that is not personal, we still allows the stakeholders to provide us direct feedback about how Demetrio Gonzalez is doing. Like, I would love to see that, right? But when it comes to the actual board meeting where we discuss it, we talk about the larger issues, right? And as a board, not as individuals, I think that would create a lot of success. And something that I used to do when I was president of the Teachers Union, I used to sit down with Mr. Duffy and I would give him yearly feedback, because I'd be like, you evaluate employees. I want to give you what I'm hearing people say about you so that you know, right, what needs to occur. And before he leaves, I already asked them to sit down and give me direct feedback of how it's been under our leadership, and for him to give me direct feedback about how I've been as a board member. And we have that schedule in a couple of weeks, because I do want to know how I'm doing, right? And it's hard to gauge because we're all in touch with our allies, right? We're not gonna call the person who hates us and to say, tell me how I'm doing, right? Because that's never gonna feel good. But I think that it's really helpful to hear from those who don't call in, right? And those who don't have a place to give us that. And I think that you're all right. Like what Sandy brought up at the very beginning, we have to lead by example, right? And if we're going to have high expectations of Dr. Hurst and his staff, you know, I think it has to be mutual. And actually, I don't know if this has been implemented before, but I would also love to get feedback from Dr. Hurst directly and his cabinet and hear from them, like, Trustee, and I know it's awkward because we directly also evaluate Dr. Hurst, so he's not gonna want to just give us Fs, but at the same time, like I want them to give us direct feedback so that we can pivot, right, and become better servers to our community. So I think it's great, and I would just love to see more of how it's been done.
The at the next workshop, the progression is to focus specifically on the superintendent evaluation, the process and the template, and the board. So we can have a couple of examples of this, but that's where we're headed. In today's discussion is more in the context of roles and responsibilities. Where should the board be focusing their time? Where should the superintendent, and that? But it all ties together. You know, you can't. They don't. They're all linked. Jamal.
So for me, I'm one of those board members that asked for this because I'm very excited to hear, like, how do I grow? Like, I don't just want to be on the board and not grow as a person, as a leader, as just an individual who's serving. So I do want to know, I agree with Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy and Mr. Phillip. I have to tap into all of my Jesus when somebody calls and points me out directly saying that I didn't do something. But again, that helps me grow. It really does help me become a better version of myself. And I think that's what we need to do. I think that one of the things is we can't fix what we don't acknowledge, or that's acknowledged to us. We have to be able to hear that criticism and hear the compliments with the same ear. We have to be able to do that. So I think that having a board retreat where we self-evaluate and we like recalibrate and get on the right track is something that we have to model, because we want kids to do that at progress report time. That's what we tell them to do it for. Progress reports give them an idea of where they are and where they need to go or what they need to keep doing. So I would like to really push for us to have a board evaluation. I'm okay with what Mr. Garza said about having it where it's anonymous. I'm also okay using some tools that we get at the California School Board Organization. They have a whole toolbox about evaluating each other and evaluating ourselves as a team. I think one of the things that becomes really satisfying is when we're working together, then they're not commenting on one of us. They're commenting on all of us. So it's easier to handle when it's not just, you know, Trustee Smith-Folds, you are blah, 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 blah. But when it's like the board needs to, and that's again, building the trust with the community that we work as a team. We don't make unilateral decisions. It's not just one of us saying, and then all of us are following. We're working together so we can handle the criticism and the compliments together as like one whole voice. So that's what I want us to work towards, is how we're making these decisions together and we're holding the accountability together as one group.
Now, the only caution that I would share is in the comments that I've heard, the concept of board self-reflection, self-evaluation has been expanded. So, you know, you need to not start with the big picture in terms of cabinet or the community or staff. They should, their role is not to evaluate you. The purpose of what we're talking about in terms of board self-reflection is you as a team discussing how you're operating, how you're focused, what your work is focused on, and how you're working towards the mission of the district, and how you're working with each other, how you're working with the superintendent. The other, when you start talking about the stakeholders of community, there's parent surveys, there's staff surveys. Those are entirely different from the example that I gave. And what you're talking about, Jamala, with CSBA. This is an internal conversation about how we're doing towards the work we're supposed to be doing. Okay, so, you know, that's my take on it.
It is a wonderful growth process, and it's sort of like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of marriage encounter. It's kind of like counseling when things are going well, but just still nurturing the relationships, checking in with each other, assessing, you know, where we can continue to grow. And also the one when you talked about the staff morale, we had staff morale surveys and student opinion surveys and parent surveys. And in the staff survey, there were a couple of questions. There was questions about that, you know, how's your principal doing? How's your department chair doing? Also, how's the board doing? How's the superintendent doing? How's business services serving you? How's HR serving you? How's, you know, et cetera. So it was helpful to get feedback, but it was feedback that everybody gave about everybody in those staff morale surveys. But the self-reflection tool that we used for our governance team, we would have like a Saturday from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. We'd break bread together, and we just have this like group counseling session with one another that was structured, you know, with a template. But it really, everybody, every member of the governance team assessed themselves and assessed the team as a whole.
Right.
Then, and had some comments, and then everybody saw all those comments, and then they just shared about what, you know, and there were a couple of times over my 14 years that it got pretty deep, because there were some hurt feelings, and there were some issues that had to be worked out, but it was a healthy process. It just took a lot longer during that period of time, and we had to really, as Trustee Smith-Folds, you mentioned, is to really dig deep into grace.
Yep.
Trustee.
Just real quick before we move on, Mr. Brown, I was just going to add to the conversation. I'm going to send this template to the board as well. And it just may be a way for, if the board is considering just accountability on how the meeting is structured. I was just looking at a past template that I've used where it's broken down into different components. One component is like the general meeting behavior. So it has a range from failing, poor, satisfactory, good, or commendable. And they'll ask questions like the agenda was well planned to focus on the real work or the mission of the board, and the board rates itself. So my former board will actually take these questions every board meeting. Toward the end, before adjournment, they would do a self-assessment on the actual board meeting. And again, it's a way to hold yourself accountable to what we said those board meetings were going to look like, feel like, and sound like, and be structured. Another question example would be the board followed its agenda and did not allow itself to get sidetracked. Yep. Another one is the board's deliberations and decision-making processes were public, and so on and so forth. So I'll send that to the board as well.
Good, thanks. 03?
Yeah, I was just gonna, add to evaluating, really, a person should always internalize evaluating themselves, to always know that I have room for growth and improving in my area leadership. And a good leader always is going to internalize in him or herself to really see where they are. And also, when you have workshops or things to highlight things that can help you to enhance, to go to the next level. Also, I'm going to say this: it's always it's good that we reach out to other fellow board members who not in this, in other districts. Get to know other people in other places. And what I'm saying is you learning how to build a way of how to see what some of the things they're improving in. And what I'm trying to say is building that relationship, connecting, versus just staying in the confines of one area, but then I'm reaching out to learn what others are doing, how they're being successful, and then vice versa. But I think we need to begin to look at things holistically differently. Being creative. Evaluating is, like I say, it helps a good leader, to be a good leader.
You bet.
And then even with our constituents and our community, that we, begin to have, to think about it now, we in districts, where we can have district meeting, like District 1 can have their town hall meeting, District 2 has their town hall meeting, District 3 has their, District 4 has their town hall meeting, District 5. And so, to just stay in tune and seeing what's neat, what's going on, and hearing the voices of people, but always keeping your ears and your
right.
arena open. Because what that does, it helps you continue to develop who you are as a person. So we have to have that lens, that mindset of eternalizing and building.
Exactly. Yeah. Well said. Well said. I want to. We have one more task in this session, and that's to look at page. Debbie, it's page 25. The numbers are at the bottom right.
Mr. Brown, excuse me, do we want to have our 4:20 break, or do we want to do this first?
If you're okay with doing this first, that would be, I'll tell you what we can do. I've got an idea. Okay. We're going to do both because this is a by yourself activity for a few minutes. So we can do this as part of a break, and we'll take maybe 15 minutes. Then you can take a little break, and then you can do, how does that sound? We'll combine the two.
I think that's fantastic.
All right. If you would look at, and Debbie, I don't know if you can put this on the screen. It's 3-7. It's called a summary of best practices in governance. There it is. And you should all have a copy of that. And let me explain what this is. A few years ago, several colleagues and myself got together and we looked at what we considered to be the best studies on governance that were out there. Now, this is more directed toward roles and responsibilities. So where do boards spend their time? And then Chris, I have a question for you related to this. So if you'll look at this matrix, there are a number of areas that are suggested by different groups about where the board work should occur, where it is the most effective. What I'd like you to do is look at the matrix individually and just tell me that what the lessons and practices question that Sandy asked earlier. Is there anything you learned from this that informs our work? And are there any practices we might do different or strengthen that we have? And in the back of your mind, if there's an area here that looks like, boy, we really need to do a better job on that, bring that out too, okay? This is an area, we don't spend nearly the time on this, or this is good because the superintendent needs to know that from you, and then that helps him plan what. So as you looked at this, what might you learn from it? Are there any practices in particular that you think should be strengthened? And so we have a general conversation about that. And Chris, from your perspective, how does the superintendent help the board in these different areas? If you could give us a general comment about that. And so what your role and responsibility is. We'll do this after the break and you have time to read. So let's take 15 minutes enough. Do you think? Okay, so we'll convene at 4:45. And if you can look over the summary of best practices and think about those questions and then get up and walk around a little bit, we'll reconvene. So you need a motion, right, Mr. Phillips?
Yeah, Trustee Smith Folds.
So moved.
Second.
Who did second it? Trustee Smith Folds.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Phillips, yes.
And Gonzalez, so yes.
Reckler, yes.
Okay, motion carries. We're on break until 4:45.
Okay. Everybody almost here? Thinking. Trustee Smith Folds, okay, up there. Chris is here. Oh, there she is. Okay, well, welcome back. Thank you. So any reactions to the matrix I gave you of what you might have learned? If there's an area you think we really need to be spending more time on this, just your thoughts about the summary of best practices in governance. And then I asked Chris to give a brief, some comments from his perspective on what the superintendent can be doing to help the board fulfill its roles and responsibilities. So, but let's start with the board members first. Demetrio, can you kick us off?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Jim. So I think that it was hard for me because I see it as almost like in a spectrum for each item. Like there are parts of each quadrant that we do well and we don't do well, right? So I had a hard time like picking like what is the one that we don't do, what is the one that we do. One that like I think stuck to me was the fourth quadrant, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 down, which is understands the distinction between board and staff roles, delegates administrative functions to superintendent, and communicates district priorities and needs to local voters and other elected officials. We do part of that well, but we also have taken roles that I think that we shouldn't have to take because of the lack of trust that I mentioned earlier. So I do think that one specifically jumped to me, which I think that then goes into why are our board meetings so long? Why do we sometimes seem a certain way to the community, etc. 2 down to the left, hires an outstanding leader. I think we just did that. And the second part, I think, is aspirational of what I hope comes from that. The 5 down, all the way at the end, the board is visible in schools and larger community and continuously advocates on behalf of the public education. I think that the 5 of us do that really well. And I think that one probably jumped at me as like one that we are just doing constantly. And the one right below it, good communication with constituents. Like I think the 5 of us constantly are in communication with our constituents, whether it's through social media or through our events. Like Trustee Smith hosts monthly meetings with her constituents. Like we all do have different styles in doing that, but I think we're showing that. The rest, honestly, we're just, to me, like parts of it we do well, parts of it we don't do.
Okay. You can, and one way to build a template on board evaluation is using something like this, and then, then you can kind of evaluate yourself on maybe the top 10 you think are the most important stuff. Trustee Reckler, Leslie, what's your lessons? What do you think needs more attention?
Sure. So one of the things that I've always thought about in school district board leadership versus nonprofits or corporate is that the difference in the way that the board members come to the board. And this is uniquely situated in that, board members run for office. And so you end up with people from the community, which have great strengths. But when you're working with a nonprofit board or corporate board, as I've done before, you go out and you look for specific talent.
Right.
Oh, I need the finance person. I need the, you're looking and you're building your boards, through specific skill sets that you're looking for, and that is not necessarily what you get when people run for office. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just a distinction between the two. So when I read the McKinsey stuff, I'm kind of like, like, it's just kind of a little bit of a different animal. As far as, where effective boards spend their time, direction, purpose, goal setting, resource allocation, threats that, may hamper the long-term stability, monitoring and course correction, I think some of the things that we've done well is that we really have paid attention to budget. At least I have, like every second of the day.
Right. Mm.
And, you know, we've spent a lot of time hiring and we're brand new. So we really haven't had a chance to get into the other pieces. Where I think that we do need to go is in our roles. And once the roles are defined and understood, I think the responsibilities will automatically fall in. And ensuring, you know, that we have the direction, the planning and goal setting. And we allow that to happen and participate in the process and the continual cycle of.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thanks. Okay. All three?
I was just looking at a few of these, looking at the best practices, was basically where it talks about the board and superintendent work corporately to establish a vision, mission, core values, and belief, long-range goals, measurable indicators to guide the district improvement and strategies. I was just looking at that, and that's what we've been talking, you know, but that's where we got it. That's where we need to be and to grow in, that we build in that area to make sure that this is what we're doing, you know, as the team. And then I was just looking at the other part of it is the board through its policies, making function, establish structure that process that support high levels of achievement and success for all students. And so seeing that we push the right policies and making sure that the things are being done. And then it's just like with the bad policies or the bad stuff that, you know, and you try to miss, like I said earlier, you know, missing the new with the old, you know, we have to just really just take the new and put the new with the new, because that way the new is going to do what it's supposed to do. But if it messes with the old, then it's not going to be. In other words, the old will have its way, what it's been doing over so many, you know, years of not pushing the right policies and doing the right thing. So we got to make sure we do the right thing by pushing the right and the policies that's going to, you know, build the lives of our young people, build the lives of our district, our staff, and so forth, and our community. So we just got to do the right thing. So it's so much, but really all of this is a great tool to really evaluate, you know, us, and it's to help us to go to that next level. So we need all of it, really. It's everything in there.
You know, as I listen to you, and this is just over the last couple of days, you know, I've been watching a series on PBS called Philly DA. And it's a documentary of the election and first couple of year term of a progressive district attorney in Philadelphia. And this is a guy who is not going to pour new wine into old wines. He is out to change the old wineskin, and just the practices on bail and sentencing and, you know, arrest and incarceration, length of incarceration. And he is out to, and he, you know, I think he's on track personally, you know, from where I'm coming from, because the justice system is just particularly there, and there's a long history of it. But I'm mentioning it now because the organizational change process is exactly what you all are talking about. And how much can you pour new into old? And what are the old practices that, and he has to go through this right at the beginning, because there's a list of about 100 things that need to be done, you know, from his perspective. But where does he focus his time and energy for the first part of the process? So it is a fascinating study of organizational change and also the justice system itself. And I learned after about 4 episodes that after watching 150 episodes of Law and Order, I really didn't understand how the justice system in the country worked. And so, but anyway, it's so in line with what you all are saying today, you know, only translated to a whole other environment. But, you know, we can learn from how other people deal with these issues and stuff like that. So anyway, you might enjoy it if you see it. Mr. Phillips, before I babble on any longer, go ahead.
So I have a confession. I walked to 7-Eleven during the break. So I only got like 2 rows down. And so I'll start with those 2. Establishes, so I'm starting with the California CSBA, and the first one establishes unity of purpose and set. I think that we've done a poor job of doing that. And for me, that really goes, and when I say we, I just want to put a caveat in there that I'm not necessarily or really even talking about this group of people, because this group of people just got here. And I mean, like, just got here and got here in the middle of extraordinary circumstances. So I'm really, when I say we, I'm talking about the board as a whole, as in a continuing body that had other people in it. And, you know, superintendent's brand new. So I just want to put that out there. I'm saying we, and I'm not trying to saddle anybody with something, you know, was before them. But I think as a system, we have done a poor job of that, which goes back to the initial comments around, I mean, to the point where you even have 2 different mission statements, you know, in the district. The structure for the second one to guide the district, it's not there. And it needs to be there. You know, Trustee Smith-Folds has said in this meeting several times that people have been rewarded for being out of order. We are out of order. Our systems are out of whack. Actually, it's really interesting because I think in some areas we do have some very fundamental things, and those systems are there, and those systems are out of whack or out of order, using Smith-Folds statements. But then in other spaces, I don't even think we really have the systems built. So it's kind of like, how can your system be out of order if your system doesn't even really exist, right? And so I think it's a combination of, you know, the systems that are there, how do we fix them? The systems that are not even there, how do we actually create them? And I get that that's the superintendent's job, but I just wanted to put that there's a distinction there between the 2. The third one, where it says ensures accountability for student learning by adopting a curriculum and monitoring student success. Interestingly enough, right, I think we do that one, the third one, but I think it's incomplete, right? Because I do think that we obviously adopt curriculum. And we do monitor our student success. So we do those 2 things. But what we don't do, and if you look down to the second box, the one right under that, where it says ensures corrective action. So we monitor student success, we adopt curriculum, and then when the kids are not succeeding, we don't really take the corrective action for them to be able to succeed. So we're doing what that's saying, that third box is saying, but we're not really doing the follow through to make sure that that third box really works for the kids. The fourth one we just did, I think we did a good job on that. The fifth one maintains fiscally responsible budget. I do not think that we have a fiscally responsible budget. We just had FICMAC come in and say that we are at high risk for fiscal insolvency. We have a structural deficit that we just keep kicking the can down the road. And I think we're doing, and so we're not, if those one-time monies were not here, we would be bankrupt, in my opinion, right now.
Right.
And the only reason we're not is because of those one-time monies. So I think we're doing a poor job of managing our fiscal responsibilities. And then I think to provide community leadership on behalf of the district and public education, I think, and that's the last one, I think that we can do a much better job on that one as a board. But I think that that will happen as we actually even know what our mission is, right? And so there's a lot of room for growth. And then I'm just going to drop down to that second line really quickly, because that last one in the second line or second row monitors their own practices. I would like us to have, after listening to board members, and I wasn't trying to out Trustee Smith-Folds, but she said she was one of the people. So after listening to board members talking about the evaluation, I would like us to do it, but I would like Dr. Hurst and and leadership, if you have additional resources like these templates, to actually figure out a way for us to do it in a safe way. Because I do think that we need to be able to reflect, and I do think that we need to be able to model. But I want us to be able to do it in a safe way. I don't want to hurt trustees by trying to do a good thing, and then I end up actually hurting them.
Yep. Got it. And we're not going to let that happen to the best of our ability. Okay, thanks very much. Let's see. Trustee Smith-Folds, did we hear from you on the? Okay, go ahead.
So for me, what I did was, I think that we need to do all of it better because we're just here. So, I mean, yes, we hired a superintendent. Yes, we supported a superintendent, but we haven't evaluated yet because there hasn't been enough time. It's been 6 days. So have we established a unity of purpose and set direction? Not yet. So we need to do all of it. The one that I thought was just great was the green one that talked about district leadership that works, the non-negotiables. That's my favorite part. I really want us to say just lay it flat like it is what it is. This is going to happen in this district. This is not going to happen in this district. This is a non-negotiable when it comes to students and their learning. This is a non-negotiable when it comes to how we treat our employees. This is a non-negotiable when it comes to the values that we have and we put out, because I think that gives a sense of security. When you know who you are and you know who you're not, you're able to really stay focused and on track. We will not do this. We will do that. And it's just clear. It's clear to anybody who comes into the district. It's clear to anybody who works in the district. It's clear to all the students that they have their expectation of what the district is. I think what our district does a lot is that we create allies, but we don't create accomplices. Like an ally, they can walk away when it gets hot. All right, yeah, I support you from way back here. But an accomplice, if everybody got their hands dirty, then it's like it's an investment in it. So for me, I just want us to start creating accomplices in our community and our teaching staff and our administrators and our central working staff. Like if we create the investment that everybody has a piece of this, then everybody's going to work for its greater success, including our students, our families, our community-based organizations. So we don't just have, oh, it's this topic, so I'm going to come in and I'm going to have, 45 minutes of public comment because I want to push you this way. But when it comes to another topic, it's crickets. It doesn't involve me, so I'm not going to call and talk about it or push the board towards it or have any kind of standard. So I think that if we create more of an atmosphere of accomplices and we create that investment and we ask people, hey, what do you think? What is going to keep you involved in this system? Then that's how you make that radical change. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for us to kind of shake it up a little bit and shake it up by really investing in the community and having them invest back in us.
I'm glad you singled that out, because the study on which that's the third line down, the McCrell. And the McCrell study is, maybe 10 years, 15 years ago then, but it was and it was a response to a series of criticisms about something called the blob. And the blob was a term used to describe anybody that worked outside the classroom in school districts. And it was a criticism written by conservative critics of public education. And what difference do these people make? So the McCrell group went out and studied a number of districts and said, that district leadership, if it does XYZ, really makes a difference in student achievement. That it's a positive force. It's not just a group of bureaucrats, boards and superintendents and assistant soups and all that. If done properly, district leadership can make a difference. And they singled out, you know, the collaborative setting with stakeholders, the non-negotiable goals. And that was the one finding that got the most attention, that in terms of student achievement and instruction, there have to be some basics that this is what we're all doing. That, you know, if you want to be here, this is what everybody has to get on board. You set those collaboratively, but and then you monitor them, and defined autonomy was an interesting word, but it said, what's the right balance between giving schools flexibility to achieve goals and what needs to be, it's the constant centralization, decentralization struggle. Dimitri, you've probably seen 100,000 examples of this in your work, you know, what gets done at schools and in the district, what gets negotiated and all that, you know, so this touches on that, but I'm glad you mentioned that one. I want to mention one other one, which is in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line down, in the 4th box over. And it says the board supports the alignment of all district systems to the achievement of district goals and strategies. And I'm going to call that out because interestingly enough, I got a call from the Mike Hurst, who's on the State Board of Education, who's done a lot of education research, and he's starting to study what he views as a problem in larger school systems, which is the silo effect in all bureaucracies can experience this to extent, but here's HR, here's curriculum, ed services, here's business and finance. And what they're finding is that in a number of cases, the silos don't talk to each other as well as they should, and they're not all focused on the same goals. And this alignment of systems in the district, and I think you hinted at that, Leslie, earlier, is so critical. As an example, I encountered this when between human resources in business and curriculum when I was in Glendale. And the practice in the district, which the business office monitored, and everybody had a right answer to this. Oh, they weren't all the same. Business office says we don't hire anybody till we know how many students are going to be here. Okay, because we can't hire people without the resources. We got to pay them when they get here, right? I mean, that's a reasonable position. It's called position control in districts. Meanwhile, and so HR follows that. And I would go to them and say, can we hire? So no, we can't hire anybody yet because this, you know. Now, here was the problem. Math teachers would come into the district in March, but we couldn't hire them. And so by the time the position control people got, you know, their way, it was August, you know, because we didn't know how many kids we had till August. And where was the math teacher that we could have hired in March? Long gone to another district. Now, there's a balance there, but the importance is that HR should be supporting, you know, the quality of math instruction. They have a lot to do with the hiring of personnel and how that gets done. Business and finance with position and control. And that's where the alignment issue becomes really important. I know you've dealt with this, Chris, in districts that you've worked in, and it doesn't happen naturally. The tendency of bureaucracies is to fragment sometimes, and people get involved in their own silos. But that's an area as a board and as a superintendent to really pay attention to. How do we know everybody's on the same page? The mission critical work concept helps to deal with that and stuff. So anyway, just some thoughts, and thanks for your feedback on this stuff too. We are ready now for Juan Garza and his thoughts on, now we're going to focus directly on the roles and responsibilities. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, I wanted to get your feedback on what your reaction was to this and what the superintendent can do to help the board meet its responsibilities. I'm sorry, I jumped too quick. Sorry, Juan.
No problem at all. I would just say I've been listening to the board for a while, And as you all know, I've been listening to staff as well. And I would just say transparently, everyone has their perception and has a story, but what I'm doing and tasked with is just collecting all the information. So in talking with the board and talking with people internally and some externally, what I started doing is just drawing this picture. And the picture just goes around and around and around and around like a spiral. So when you talk to staff, they're saying that they're overworked, and that may be true or not. And they feel that they really can't go deeply into the work and get some things done, which is why certain things are falling through the cracks. And then you have the board that is saying, well, this is not getting done, this is not getting done. So what happens is that there's this cycle that happens again and again. And what I believe our system needs, and I'm glad we're having this conversation, is really a reset on our entire system. And I don't want to use a term that our system is broken, but there's so many different pieces that we have to examine as an organization, which is why the board hired me. So I think one of the things that I can do to help the board is share with the board a process. And I know this is day 6. And I know the board has confidence in me and has my back. I know that, and I feel that as well. But I think the best thing that I can do to help the board is, one, this concept of what does the superintendent do and what does the organization do? And then what are the real responsibilities for the board, which is why we're engaging in this conversation in the first place, talking about the mission. And I could hear, and I've had conversations with the board about, well, we don't want to cross over here, but if it's not being done, then I almost feel like I have to kind of cross over. But now you've hired this new superintendent who is a systems thinker and process oriented and also knows how to put in procedures. So I think one of my biggest roles is to communicate, one, effectively with all of you, which really is a focus of mine as well, on what that process is going to look like. And to also let you know that you can have confidence in me and that we are going to use the process and we are going to hold people accountable. So again, as I talk about the system, I shared this with President Phillips. We really have to do an audit of the system. I've heard President Phillips talk about our budget and where we are with our budget. And it's not just our budget, but it's also how we're organized as well. It's our demographic data as well. It's our suspensions, expulsions, attendance as well. It's a number of different things. And it's my job is to lay out this process to you, effectively communicate, and then also create forums where you can get feedback as well. Because I firmly believe that the board's ultimate role is to provide direction, which are the goals or the ends, and to provide protection to the district, which President Phillips just kind of clearly said, ensuring one is that we don't go bankrupt, but also there's a whole layer around that. Because I was in that FICMAC meeting as well in the background, and there's certain things that we have to consider. But if it boils down to a couple of different things, this is what I share that I can help the board with. One, create forums to engage stakeholders. Our board needs to be out there talking to internal stakeholders and talking to external stakeholders. And I need to work with the board to make sure we create those forums so that you can get feedback. You cannot really do a lot of this, especially when it comes to strategic planning process, which the board is a big part of. I mean, it's a shared process, but we need guidance from the board to really say, Dr. Hurst, here's our ends, here's our goals. You have to do that by talking to internal and external stakeholders. So I'm going to help you do that. I think accurate information, and I'm not sure, I'm not saying anything about the organization because, as I said, everybody has their perception of what's going on, and it is their perception, it's that their reality. But I think we have to get accurate information in front of the board so you can make decisions as well. I talked about effective communication and structures where I'm meeting with you one-on-one frequently to pick your brain and to learn about you and your needs and direction as well. And I think you need to hear from me clearly about processes that we're going to put in place. I think all of those things are going to help the board to be better decision makers and really be able to do some of these things that we have on this list. That's all I have, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Juan, we're ready to go to you. Thank you, Chris, again. Juan?
Okay, so can we get the PowerPoint on, or do I share screen? What was the final decision? Debbie, are you able to, Miss Amy, are you able to get that PowerPoint up?
Yes, just give me a second.
Okay, while that's happening, Dr. Hurst, your intro into what I'm getting into is fantastic with your closing statements. So you used the word reset, and then you right away went into roles of the board and the superintendent, and then you elaborated, and that was fantastic because at the core of the work that we've been talking about in terms of building trust, restructuring, talking about the means to get their strategic plan, self-evaluation, all the work that needs to get done begins with you and your roles and responsibilities. Some of what's going to be covered in this PowerPoint is going to be review, and some of it is going to be just learning together because you've already established to a degree a practice of how you do things as a board or in the district. Even though it was mentioned that some of you have only been on for a few months, nonetheless, you have some practices in place, some procedures, some protocols, and some understandings. So we're going to dig into the very, very basic 101 board roles and responsibilities. And I hope that as we go through it, you have questions, you have comments, or you share experiences. So let's go to the next slide. These are the key points that we'll be covering, and the first one, Jim touched on it in talking about board and superintendent stability with the McGraw studies. Dig deep into the roles and responsibilities and the difference between the superintendent's role and responsibilities and the board's role and responsibilities. Touch on the difference between governance and management, because what was mentioned earlier, twice I heard very, very clearly, I don't know how to do it, or I don't know how it's done by different board members. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk about some protocols. Some of these may be in your governance handbooks that we're reviewing. Some of them may be just getting a better understanding, and some of it may be just because it's a new superintendent and we need to have clarity. Sandy mentioned how important earlier it is to have clarity. Talk a little bit about board meetings and then anything else that's on your mind. So if we go to the next slide, the foundational question is, what do we expect from our work together? And all of you have laid out some very, very specific things through our discussions about what you expect and what you want. And I like the way Jim put it, we're going to be working on it over a period of time. Let's not jump the gun and try to get over here or over there. We've kind of talked a little bit about a preview of some of the things that we'll be working with you on as a team, because now we're part of your team during these sessions, and we're your accomplices. We're not going to walk away because we have a vested interest. One of them is the process we went through to help you select your superintendent. And now we own part of that because of the process. You made the decision, but we took you through a process. And so we're vested in your success. A lot of the slides and information I'll be sharing with you come from a variety of different sources. One is Lozano Smith is a major law firm in the state of California. And Mike Smith and I have done this workshop with some of these slides and materials with about 8 or 10 different boards. Some of it comes from CSBA materials. Some of it comes from research, and then it's all seasoned with my 15 years experience as a superintendent and working with a 7-member board over a period of time and learning from colleagues like Sandy and Jim. So next slide, please. You've done this. This is the most important thing that you do, selecting the superintendent, because it establishes a team, a governance team. When you do roll call on a motion, you're a board. Board members voting. But when you're working with the superintendent on restructuring, on building trust, on developing a strategic plan, now you're no longer just a board, you're part of a governance team. It's I and then it's we, but maintaining the me that I talked about earlier. I won't repeat what Jim said on that McGraw study, other than to say, looking at the last bullet, the positive effects of a good superintendent board governance team is not going to happen in 3 months, 6 months. It takes, 1, 2, 3 years before you see that. It took about 4 or 5 years before we saw the difference in the district that I was working on. Next slide, please. And I'm going to try to go quick on some of these because of the time we have so that we can bring closure. Normally this takes quite a bit of time. And these relationships matter. Schools do operate best when there's a partnership between the board and the superintendent. And that doesn't mean you have to agree on everything. It's important that you hold your superintendent accountable. And it's also important that you ask the right questions about plans and about what's happening within the district and why you're doing certain things. And these partnerships don't just happen. They have to be cultivated so that both the superintendent and the board. So the relationship has to be built. And it's off to a good start from what I'm hearing with your discussions and the things that are happening. And only in 6 days, that's not bad. Next slide, please. And so at the core of it is the very simple statement with roles and responsibilities. Only you, the governing board, can adopt policy and the superintendent implements it. That's what this whole, the next couple of slides and a big part of the roles and responsibilities build off of, beginning to differentiate between the two roles. Next slide, please. And clarity is essential. It's very, very important to clarify these roles and responsibilities, and then to agree on a common set of operating protocols. I've heard systems, I've heard foundations, I've heard protocols, I've heard procedures. All of these are important. And as you continue to work together over the next few months and years, those protocols, those systems, those operating procedures get developed, clarified, and sometimes changed because of the circumstances. And then of course, the agreed upon code of ethics. All of these help to build trust in what you do from the community and from your staff. The next slide. So let me ask Superintendent, let me ask Smith-Folds, if you could read this for us, please.
Sure. Whether in the boardroom, out in the community, or at home, board members are always trustees for the district. The integrity of the school board district's educational program is dependent upon the responsible and professional manner in which each board member and the board collectively fulfills governance roles and responsibilities with the superintendent. The demeanor of the governance team members sends an important message to the public.
So what does this say? In the boardroom or out in the community? What does that tell you right away with regard to trust from the community? You were elected because you're a leader, because you're respected, and because people feel you're going to represent them. And you have many high schools in your district, you have athletic teams, and you have other types of competition teams, academic competition teams like forensics and other programs. What do those students what do those students have to do to be able to participate in those competitions? They have to sign a code of ethics, right? They have higher standards than the average student. Why do they have higher standards? Because they represent, when they're out there competing, whether it's in debate, whether it's in whatever the competition is or athletics, they're representing the school. Well, you're set to a higher standard as board members because you're representing the district in everything that you do. When you're out there talking to your neighbor, when you're out there talking, leaving church, talking with people, you're representing the district and you have that trustee hat on and you're viewed as a trustee. So always keep that in mind. Next slide, please. You're beginning that process, careful planning through the discussions that you're having. And to some degree, as Jim said a little while ago, you've already begun or had some discussions earlier on a self-reflection evaluation about how you function. And careful planning avoids surprises, and the surprises work both ways. The board that I had many different board members, but they've always reminded me, we do not want to be surprised. Don't surprise us. And I would in turn say, don't surprise me either. If you have a question, a concern, an issue, let me know before you ask me in public so that I can, or email me, text me, whatever the case may be, both ways, and reserve judgment when you hear things out there before you make a decision on something or have questions or come to a judgment on something. Discuss it at the appropriate time, but no surprises. Next slide, please. So here, I'm going to go through a couple of these and give you some examples and ask questions or make comments, because I'm going to now slow down a little bit as we get into looking at, and there's about 2 or 3 slides with examples of roles and responsibilities and the difference between the board and the superintendent. So the board establishes the framework for action, all the work that needs to get done. And you've talked about that, the key points of that work. Now your LCAP and your district goals and all of those things go deep in detail into a lot of those things. But you've already begun, and I know that Superintendent Hurst has begun to listen to the framework of action that you're interested in. Now, he is responsible for establishing the management system to carry out that work. And often when new superintendents come into a district and they get a good sense of what the board is interested in, what they want to accomplish, sometimes that management system has to change in terms of the roles and responsibilities of the subordinates. And sometimes the subordinates have to change too, in terms of building the team that he wants to build around himself to carry out that work. Your only employee is the superintendent. That's the only person that you're responsible to evaluate and to direct. And his role is to establish the internal vision and the systems to get the work done, the procedures, the protocols, the accountability. And one of the areas that was discussed was the evaluation system, and we'll talk about that in a minute again. You establish direction. I think today, again, you've talked a lot about what direction you want for the district in in the big context, in terms of like the building trust, the strategic plan, the safe environment for students. You've talked about a lot of important things, and through a process, you're going to really refine those, whether it be a strategic plan. You've talked about core values, guiding principles, Those type of things are critical. And as mentioned earlier, you develop policy, the superintendent acts on those policies. You govern through policy while the superintendent selects, monitors, and evaluates the staff. You've talked about that accountability system. Remember that it's the superintendent's responsibility to monitor and evaluate staff, including selecting them and bringing those recommendations to you, bringing the information to you about the progress of student progress, or if staff is not being effective, and the processes and procedures that they're going through. Any questions or comments to this point? I'm like I said, because of the time, I'm want to make sure we cover a lot of this information. You allocate resources. And when you think about allocating resources, you have to be very, very careful in your planning of that, because as I shared with our district leadership team and with staffs, I talked about those school site chats. There's not that much money that you can direct to certain things when you think about it. The way that I'd like to look at and explain the allocation of resources is, think about a dollar bill. About 85 cents of that dollar bill goes to staff cost. With staff, their salaries, the benefits, the contribution to the retirement systems. And then after that 85 cents, two or three, somebody noted that yours is at 90 cents or 90%. Okay, that's a little high, but that's what you have to deal with. So after the staff cost from that dollar, I'm going to stick to the 85% because that's closer to the average of statewide, 80 to 85%. 3 pennies should go towards reserves. 2 cents usually goes towards utilities, electric, gas, and all of those things. Another penny goes towards special education because it always encumbers. Another penny goes towards transportation because it never covers itself. So by the time you begin to eliminate all those, it's about 5 or 6 cents on the dollar, if that much, that you really can allocate towards other things other than the maintenance and operation of the district. So you have to be very careful about how you allocate those resources. You evaluate the superintendent, and that's the only person that you evaluate. The superintendent evaluates staff and the progress of the programs. You receive information on how those programs are doing with regard to impact on student achievement, whether it be a program specifically in the area of math, or in reading intervention, or in attendance, student attendance, whatever it is. You look at the data and provide input and provide direction, but it's the superintendent's role to evaluate the staff and the progress of those programs and make sure that the appropriate adjustments are made. Next slide, please. So as we go a little further into this, you begin to look at it, and as the board is the what we want. And it's the superintendent's role and how it gets done. Because I know earlier there was a very good statement made about, I want a safe learning environment for our students. That's very clear in terms of what you want. And then President Phillips, you also said, but I don't know how to do it. Well, that's the superintendent's role and responsibility to determine how that safe environment is going to be created for the students. So there's part of the differentiation and an example of a statement that was made earlier. The what and the how. Think about it that way. You adopt the budget. The superintendent presents the budget and budget options and then implements the budget. You develop policy, they present draft policy for you. You, with your constituents and stakeholders and the LCAP and looking at data, set student achievement goals. And then it's the superintendent's responsibility to look at how to develop programs and to monitor the progress of those programs in terms of meeting those the student achievement goals. You request future facilities and they develop plans for it. I'll give you an example of something that happened within our district on request for future facilities. The board said, we're growing. We want to know, we want a plan. We want to know what's going to happen with our facilities. And so that process took about 6 to 8 months, almost a little over 8 months, because we needed to do a growth projection study and bring it up to date. Where was the growth going to be? Because we had, our district was 650 square miles. That's larger than most counties in the state of California. So we had to really look at where the growth was going to be. And then we also had to look at our current facilities. You can't just say plan for the future facilities. You have to look at the current facilities that you have. What state are they in? What repairs need to get made? Where does modernization come in? And so we began to look at that, and the group that began to look at developing the master facilities plan had about 60 people in it, from our staff to some key community members to architects to, I mean, you name it. There were a lot of people involved, and it took a long time to develop that plan and to prioritize that list and bring it back to the board. Based on looking at that, we knew we needed 2 bond measures within the next 6 years. One to build some facilities and one to spend money on bringing or improving the current facilities that we had. We knew we needed to purchase some land. So it was the how it got done and bringing it back to the board to prioritize and establish when we were going to begin to dialogue as a board with the superintendent involving community input. When are we going to do these things? When are we going to get started? And what's first? Getting that input. And so we were able to acquire 3 pieces of property, build a new high school, build 2 new elementary schools, and renovate a lot of our facilities over about a 6-year period. But something as simple as what the board wanted took about 6 years to accomplish. So remember, nothing happens quickly. You approve new staff while the superintendent selects the staff for approval and brings the staff to you, because they're responsible, the superintendent, and there's that hierarchy, that organizational chart that you have of who oversees what, who's responsible, and it just keeps going down and down and down. And very often the selection of the staff is made very, very far from that hierarchy of where the board is and down to the superintendent and working their way down. So that you approve the staff, the superintendent brings the recommendation for the staff for approval from you. You review and approve contracts and agreements based on the superintendent staff preparing those agreements and coming to you. Those contracts that you constantly approve and renew with the different agencies, all of those things. And then you evaluate the superintendent and hold a superintendent accountable for following their job description. Questions so far? There's one more slide on roles and responsibilities that separate them like this. And I think this is key to review these things, because it's very important when you have a new superintendent or when there's been board changes. Questions, comments? Nope. Okay, next slide, please. So I talked about the what and the how, and I gave you one example with future facilities. I'm going to give you one more, and then I'm going to ask you to write down one or two whats, and I'm going to ask you to share them out. Another what that the board gave me was preschools. They got some information. They heard from teachers and they heard from parents about wanting more preschools in the district. And at that time, there were only two preschools, one in the city of Orange Cove and one in the city of Reedley on our school campuses, but they were operated by outside agencies. But they told me they wanted more preschools. And over a period of a few years when I left, we had added 12 preschools in the district. We had one at almost every elementary school except two elementary schools that were only a block apart. But there were different ways that those preschools were built. Some we bought some new modular buildings and brought them in. Some we brought from an agency that had shut down and had some preschools that they were selling. In some schools, we converted some classrooms where the enrollment was low into preschools, had to make major adjustments, but we were able to add more preschools. So take a minute and jot down one or two what that you're interested in so that you can get a good understanding of the difference between the what and the how. And you're going to share. And this is not part of strategic planning or goal setting. It's just clarifying on the what you're interested in. Okay, we ready? When all of you look up, I'm going to gauge that you're ready. Okay, we'll begin with Trustee Reckler. You want to share one of your whats?
Yeah, I had a hard time narrowing it down. So I think I picked one that was near and dear to my heart, which is even number of opportunities in this district, and I'll just couch it around career and technical information, career and technical education. We have a number of different programs, academies, classes that are highly interesting, and I would like to see us improve outreach to parents and students as to what the options are, and to perhaps put a personalized learning plan in place. You know, maybe it starts in 8th grade and gets us through to graduation.
Okay, and I'm going to be comfortable and share with you if you step outside, okay, as an example, so we can clarify that. I thought you did an outstanding job with wanting to see an expansion or more career technical education, but then you got into the what, okay?
I know.
Okay, so I want to emphasize that, because very often when we cross over in those roles, that's when we start having the conflicts and the problems. So good example of career technical program expansion. That's fantastic. Demetrio.
Yeah, so please push back as well if I get in the wrong lane. But for my what, I wrote increasing the academic achievement outcomes for English language learners and African-American students. And for the how, I wrote Dr. Hurst bringing us a vision and strategic plan with goals in order to do so.
Okay, very, very good. Okay, Mr. Christian.
Yeah, I basically looking at having the component of building trades, you know, to looking at how that can help our young people if they do not go to the four-year institution, but building trades is also another vehicle that can you know, help our young people in so many ways. And then I'm looking at how do we get more revenue into our district?
Okay, those are two good examples of what's increasing the revenue, and the other, again, the trades, touching on the career technical education certificate programs. Very good. Trustee Smith-Folds.
So this is never easy for me because I'm a teacher, so I like to talk a lot and then give a lot of detail and explain it and then try to show people how to do it. So I'm going to try not to do that. So I'm just going to leave it very broad: equity across grade levels, school sites, and zip codes.
Okay, that's very, very succinct. Equity, period. President Phillips.
I want every student to attend a safe school where they are engaged and able to achieve academically.
You're consistent. Very good. That's a very, very clear what. Everybody's shared one. Would anybody like to share a second one that they have? Okay.
A system to where we hire, support, and retain employees.
That's a good one. Okay. Somebody else? Anybody else want to share theirs? So Superintendent Hurst would, you know, in listening to some of these what's, are they clear for you? Or, you know, I'm not asking that you're going to implement them or develop a plan, but is there clarity in what the board is saying?
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask me to explain how we're going to do it, but no, it's very, it's very clear. I wrote it down. I got it. I mean, I actually love this activity. I would like to hear more from the board as far as their what's. So I appreciate that.
And that's important. The clarity part that you said is important, and not crossing over into the how to do it, because everything that each one of those board members mentioned has a place in the district and value and is important. So, and the other reason for covering this type of activity is, again, to hear each other's interest. And other than two comments, all of them were very different. The trades, the certificate programs, the career technical education, they're very different. Keep in mind that as you begin to look at planning and developing goals and a strategic plan and all of those things, you can do anything you want, but you cannot do everything. And that's where it's important that you function as a governance team, collaborate, discuss, and come to an agreement. And we'll talk about the agreements and the collaboration process in a little bit in terms of roles, to make sure that all of you agree on the priorities of the district. What is the number one priority that Dr. Hurst needs to focus on? What is the number two priority? And we've already begun to talk earlier when we were talking about learning, teaching and learning, and when Jim covered those other key points from those studies, some of the processes that you go through and what some of the research says. So this is a very, very good activity. You can build on it. And there's a lot of different ways that you can build off of this to begin to develop some of the plans that need to take place. The next slide, please. And so, Demetrio, read this one, please.
Sure. How boards operate and how they do business as an effective team occurs when members discuss and agree on the formal structures and processes used by the board. Example, agenda structure, visiting schools, handling complaints or concerns from the community, bringing up a new idea.
And all of these are just foundational things that talk about structures and procedures. And as you continue to work together, how you agree to operate and do the business effectively as a team through discussion and agreement will set up these structures for you. The agenda structure, you've talked about board meetings being too long. We'll talk about some strategies that you can look at to shorten board meetings, not for the sake of shortening the board meeting, but for the sake of focusing on the important things like teaching and learning and some of the other strategies that we talked about. But these structures and processes are critical in terms of being able to operate efficiently and effectively. Next slide, please. So you have a new superintendent, and your superintendent has been operating in a different district with a different understanding of communicating with the board and how he communicates with the board. And you've been operating as a board with a different superintendent, and the communication system is there in how you communicate, or the quality of the communication. So there is a big difference between when your superintendent should make a phone call to provide information for you, when your superintendent can just text you something, information, or email it, or if it can wait till the Friday communication. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit. And this is important because this is establishing the basic communication between you and your superintendent when something happens. And in a district your size, something always happens, right? With students, with a staff, with parents out in the community, with an organization, with the politics of the local jurisdiction, whatever the case may be. So I'd ask each of you one at a time, and I'll call you out by name, to give an example of when you would expect a phone call if something happens. Give an example from your superintendent so that he clearly understands the urgency of things. So we'll begin with Board Member Reckler. Can you think of an example where you would expect a phone call from the superintendent?
Yeah, so my general policy is to stay out of the way. I don't need to be contacted over everything, because I understand these people have big districts to run, and, lots of things to do. I would say phone call for, something that's really urgent.
I didn't hear that.
I'd say for something that's extremely urgent.
An example of extremely urgent? A staff member getting arrested on campus. Is that an example or not an example?
probably.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, when would you expect a phone call from the superintendent?
I would expect a phone call if a child suffered a serious injury. I would expect a phone call if something happened that's newsworthy, particularly in a bad way, because I don't want the reporter to call me before he does.
Okay.
And if there was like a problem like on the board, and this is only me speaking now in terms of like being the board president, but like if there was like a big problem on the board, that would like hurt kind of like the way we are able to do our work, I would expect a call.
Okay. Everybody okay with those examples in terms of a child, a newspaper, I mean, the television cameras at a school? Okay, Smith Folds, when would you expect the phone call?
I wrote down the same thing Mr. Phillips said. If we're going to be on the news, call. Like if it's going to be newsworthy, call. If I'm going to hear about it at the grocery store because it went viral, call. Like if it's something to that degree, for example, and if it's a safety issue, if there's a safety issue, call. If there's a fire up north that has an ability to jump and hit the school, then you need to call, because then you need to tell me, yo, we are going to implement safety procedure X, Y, and Z. So be ready because your school is going to evacuate, or the school in your area is going to evacuate. We're a big district. So because we're areas, if it affects area 1, call me. Like if it's going to hit area 1, I need a phone call. Area 5 may get an email because it's not, Trustee Reckler may need to be aware, but I need to be on the scene and invested in exactly what's going to happen. So because we are broken down in areas, that's something that I would really, really appreciate. If it's going to hit my area, call me. If it's something that's happening in my area, let me know. Like we had an example. We had schools that could not operate in the spring because there was a shelter in place. Okay, I needed a phone call. Let me know that those schools can't open today because there's a shelter in place. Something's happening in the community. So is that an example?
Yes, that's a very good example.
Okay.
You see Dr. Hurst shaking his head. That's a very good example. This is what he needs to hear so that he knows. Remember when we talked about no surprises? Nobody likes surprises. He doesn't want to get a phone call from you saying, why didn't you tell me? I was surprised not to know. Sometimes the phone call is, with social media being what it is and text and cameras, it's hard sometimes to get to the call before sometimes it's out there, but those are very, very good examples. Demetrio?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much more to add. I agree with what trustees have said, except I would prefer to hear about issues from Dr. Hurst before I hear it from a staff member, right? We're all connected to the schools. Before I hear from the president of the teachers union or the president of Teamsters or whoever, I prefer to hear from our superintendent. But yeah, I agree with everything Trustee Phillips, Trustee Reckler, and Trustee Smith-Folds said.
Okay. Mr. Christian? Yes.
Juan, I have a question at the end.
Yes, okay. Mr. Christian?
Yes, I echo and agree on everything been said so far. And communication is always the key, where we can be transparent, making sure that everybody is in the loop of knowing what's going on. And that way we can stay in cohesive, togetherness, So I agree with everything what everybody was saying.
So those are examples that they shared with you, Dr. Hurst, of expectations with communications. Do you have questions for clarity on any of them, or do you have a system that you use to communicate when something happens that you'd like to share?
Well, I think the board is probably getting used to how I communicate. I did actually send out a survey to them as well. And so I can see what is their preferred method of communication. So I have that. I have a lot of different venues that I communicate. And I think they're seeing that either through texting, a phone call, email. We do Screencastify as well. We'll initiate the one-on-one meetings. I would like a little bit more clarity from Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy. If you could explain a little bit more about, before we hear X, Y, and Z from either the teachers union or labor union, are you referring to everything else that everyone said from the other trustees, or are there specific issues? Because I do know that there's a lot of issues that happen within the labor, things with teachers or things with staff. So are you really referring to those urgent issues that was shared before by the other trustees?
Yeah, thank you for asking for that clarification, Dr. Hurst. Yeah, I was asking about those things specifically. Unfortunately, I think in the last few years, we've had a culture where staff members are now are more reaching out to unions directly because they feel like they will be more responsive to their emergencies or issues than sometimes going directly to staff. Over the years, I experienced where I would call a board member and they had no idea what was going on a situation, whether it was the PG&E issues at Richmond High School 2 years ago, or whether it was like Trustee Smith-Foltz said, like the active shooter situation or whatever, right? Larger issues, not like negotiation, not things like that. I feel like those are encompassed in the other areas. It was really more talking about the larger issues. Yeah.
Awesome, got it.
So a system that I had in place in the district I worked in is I would meet with CSEA representatives, the union association president and their chief negotiator, and the same thing with the certificated the teachers union president and chief negotiator, along with my HR person. And we would share information, preview what was happening, get input, and then we would begin to discuss labor issues, something that may be happening to this employee or at this school. And in my Friday letter, I would say, and we called them chats, had our chat with the KCA, that was the Teachers Association. And these are the 5 bullet points that they brought up. And from our previous chat, this is how we followed up. So I would keep them informed that way in my Friday letter. And I would do the same thing with when we met with the Classified Association in that same format. These are the important thing with communication is an understanding by your superintendent on your expectations with when something happens, situational information out there in the district, whether it be with the labor groups, parents, students, something's happening. And you've given some very good examples of your expectations, but you were put on the spot and didn't really have time to think about experiences that have happened within the district over a period of time that you would have preferred a phone call. So as you continue to develop this relationship with your superintendent, be patient and say, in that situation, I would have preferred a phone call, so that he begins to have a better understanding from each of you on your expectations with communication, because that's critical in that relationship and that trust between each other. So Jim, you had a question before I continue?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to be sure that, and I think this exists, but just to confirm it, there are emergency circumstances, and which we hope never happen, but which require, as a superintendent, I'm out the door and I'm over there, wherever there is. And because it's important that there be that direct involvement from leadership at that point to signal the importance of, at any rate, that the board is comfortable with under rare circumstances like that, if the communication comes from somebody in the superintendent's office rather than from the superintendent himself, that's it. Is that I just that understanding is there, because there are those rare occasions when you need to be out that door real quickly and on site and dealing with an emergency.
And it could be the administrative assistant that says, this happened, the superintendent's out there handling the situation.
Right, something like that.
It could be the next person in command. In our case, sometimes it was a deputy superintendent that was making the calls about what was happening because I needed to be present somewhere. So that's an excellent point, Jim. Any other questions or comments in this area?
Yeah, I just want to follow up with that, is that I believe that's been the practice before, and it was even before I was a board member. There was a hot list of people that got contacted if something was going on, and it's certainly been contacted before, pressing matters of state. So,
Okay, good.
Very good.
and it didn't necessarily come from the superintendent; it may have come from communications or some.
Superintendent Hurst, any other questions in this area for clarification? Because the communication is critical, and getting a basic understanding of expectations is critical.
No, once again, very helpful for me to hear from board trustees. So thank you.
Okay, if we go to our next.
Mr. Garza.
Yes.
I think it's important for the superintendent to know, from me personally, it's like, my mom and dad have been married for 46 years. My mom calls me every single day. I can answer it or not answer it because I know she's going to call me 10 more times that day. When my dad calls, I'm like, oh Lord, something's happened, because he's when he calls, it's an emergency, it's rare, he has something he needs to ask me, it's whatever. So for me, that's kind of how I associate. When you call me, I'm gonna pick up the phone. If somebody else calls, I'm gonna get to it, I'll listen to it on it, voicemail. So for me, it's like, when you do call me, know that I'm going to answer the phone right away, because I'm assuming it's under these you're calling me because of that. If you text me, that's one thing. That's texting is giving me information. Email is giving me information. But if you take the time to call me, I know that it's something that I have to answer, address, pay attention to, be aware of right away. So feel free to use it, but you remember the story of the boy who cried wolf? Like, don't overuse it, because then if it's gonna be one of those things, I'll be like, oh, maybe this is just a phone call, but it could have been an email. So that's kind of how it is for me. I'm gonna use, when you call, I'm going to answer with the understanding that it's something that you have to tell me right away. But I do want to text or email. I like that too. I like the communication. I like to be text or email.
Okay, and you need to remember, Smith-Folds, that when he calls you and you think it could have been something simple, let him know. So he'll be able to understand, again, your expectations. Dimitri, you had a comment?
Thank you, Juan. Yeah, I actually wanted to clarify my own personal expectation as well, which is I actually don't expect a phone call on an emergency situation. I actually prefer, Dr. Hurst, if you handle it. If you need our input, like, hey, there's smoke. Like, I remember the smoke days that we had a couple years ago, where Mr. Duffy had to call the board members before making the decision to close the schools. Like, that's fine. Please call me. I will answer your phone call no matter what, always. Unless, well, anyways. And if you're handling an emergency situation, like a fire at a school, like, please handle that. For me, you don't need to call me. If you can send me a text, or have Dr. Wold or the new CEO, whoever, text me and be like, hey, we're handling the situation here. It's happening. Like the problem at Crespi, like a week ago, that was handled fine for me, as if in my viewpoint. If later you want to call me and have a conversation about how it went, that's totally fine. But in the moment, please, I prefer for you to handle it, and then just let me know, so that in case someone calls me, I can say it's being handled. But yeah, you have 5 people to call every time. I imagine it would take you the whole drive, if not more, and you have other more important people to probably call. So.
But I think as a superintendent, and I don't know, Dr. Hurst, please chime in, we want to make sure that we provide you with information about some events if they're serious, because you're going to get comments, you're going to get questions, and we want to make sure you're informed. That's very important. Sometimes you're right, Dimitri, it's important. And Jim, you noted also that if this is happening, he needs to be there. He needs to get up and go and get to that school site or wherever the incident is, to be visible, present, take command, make sure things are appropriate. But you also need the details, because you're gonna get questioned on it. You're gonna get comments. So Dr. Hurst, anything on that?
Yeah, I would just add, I would think Bobby's still on the line, but we've already started talking about communication across the district and the communication protocol, and how we will communicate in concentric circles where you have the board really at the top or the center of that circle. And then we also have developed a protocol where we're developing talking points for our board as well. And we send those talking points to the board first and then down the concentric circles. So.
Fantastic. That's good. That is really good to hear. Okay, moving on to the next slide, please.
I think Trustee Reckler had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Reckler and Trustee Christian. I'm sorry. Mr. Christian.
Yeah, just things happen here all the time, though. I mean, this is a very dynamic environment. So, you know, I think I certainly have an expectation that you're not going to pick up the phone every time something happens, because you would never get anything done. So, you know, I want to stay out of the way and figure out a way to know but not be in the way. And I don't need to know everything, but you know, we've been back for just a short time. We've already had incidents at games. We already had a safety issue with King. I mean, you know, so this is just like ongoing, you know, the sideshow, as I call it. It's a dynamic sideshow, and it has to be managed. But also, I don't want to be in the way of it, and make sure that you're handling the situation first.
I appreciate that, Trustee Reckler. I would also say, I think the board is like this, that you're giving me feedback also. Sometimes I will over communicate, or I think I'm over communicating, giving too much information. I think I need to hear that also from the trustees. If I'm giving too much.
Exactly. Mr. Christian.
Yeah, what I was just going to say is, you know, coming out of the safety area, you know, of what I've done over the years, and just to know, you know, as the safety committee chair, but then at the same time, just looking at, you know, the safety of, you know, through the whole district. If we have something major that's happening, you know, we do need to know, and so that we will be in tune to what's going on. And like situations happen, you know, I would say, I'll give you just an example for myself, you know, at El Cerrito, we had a shooting back in 2014, you know, which was major, which I was there and I was part of it, you know, being in the midst of it. So, you know, that's something major. And so, with that being said, you know, the communication, we definitely need to have that communication of major issues that it do needs to be given, you know, and I just know it's from this, you know, working in the safety areas, it's, you know, communication is the key to every aspect. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Phillips.
So when I think about like boards, I actually look at boards in cycles. So like for me, it's a new board every 2 years. If just one new person came on, it's a new board. And so what I would say is, I think asking us like what our primary mode of communication or our preferred mode of communication is, I think that's good. But, and I'm going to go back to like the marriage example, is like this is a new relationship, right? And over time we will get clarity, right? Because I guarantee you, at some point, even if I say don't call me, I'm gonna be like, why didn't you call me? Right? Because, and so I think that as you learn people's primary or preferred way of communication, that even if it's not a phone call, that you make sure that there is a way, even if it's less direct, whether it's a text or email, that they get the information, even if they don't need it as expeditiously as a phone call. Because what I've seen happen over time is, you know, it's, well, that should have been, and well, I thought it was, and, you know, so I think making sure that you just have a general way to communicate the information, particularly if you feel that it's big, that it gets out, even if it's not a phone call every time, because then it'll also create other situations where, you know, I got the information, it's big, one person got it and somebody else didn't, you know, but then one person is like, well, I said I wanted a phone call and you didn't, you know, so it could become kind of a rabbit hole. And I've seen that happen. So I would just suggest to have a way that you get out the information in general, so you know it got out to everybody. And then if it's something that, you know, some people want quicker, maybe those are the people that you pick up the phone and call, if that's their preferred way or whatnot. So that's my suggestion.
And I think it's valuable that Dr. Hurst has heard the different perspectives or opinions and requests from all of you. And as you can see, they vary. And Mr. Phillips, you made a key point, you know, in terms of one member later on saying, well, I didn't know, or I didn't get the information. And, you know, the circumstances change sometimes over time. So I think Dr. Hurst has clearly heard the different place that all of you are in. And you also heard that he's already working with Mr. Jordan on that, the way of getting that information out to you and also to staff and also to community. So that communication plan is critical. And it starts with you because of the relationship that you have with your superintendent in terms of expectations and what is happening within the district in terms of emergencies that come up. Any other points before we move on? Sandy, Jim, anything you want to add?
I'll just mention that communication discussion is so vital. The most difficult leap from being, and thank goodness you have an experienced superintendent, but the most difficult leap from an assistant superintendent to a superintendent is having this relationship that is very, very, very challenging to manage, because you have 5 different, or sometimes 7 in one's case, 5 different mindsets, 5 different areas of focus. So it's absolutely critical for the effectiveness of the school district to have some common ground that everybody can agree on, to understand that it would make me crazy as a superintendent if I had to communicate in one way with one board member and a different way with another board member, and trying to keep that all straight. But to push out the information when it's an urgent crisis situation immediately. And Jim, when you mentioned that, I thought about my very first year as superintendent. In about my 4th month, we had an alleged gunman on campus at Whittier High School, and I had to fly out the door to get over there right away. And on the way over there, I had my one of my assistant soups drive so I could call the board members on the way over there. And all I said was, we've got an emergency situation. I don't have all the details. There's an alleged gunman on campus at Whittier High School. I'll get back to you, or I'll have one of our folks. And it was my admin assistant. So I would text her information, and then I said, just call every single one of them to see what questions they might have, so that way we can route information to them. So it's a very, very tough gig being a superintendent. And as Leslie mentioned, there's stuff that happens every day. It's a big district, it's a complex district. So it's really, really important to be gracious with one another and know that you've got a competent and experienced superintendent who is who has the heart of a servant leader and who's going to serve you guys, but also is going to make sure job one is taking care of those kids.
And review that. I would say every other month or every third month, just say, how are we doing on the communication? Simple statement. Something very simple, just ask for clarity. Okay.
And one other thing, and I think you mentioned it earlier, it's so important when you have a thought that you'd like to have something be done differently, don't let it fester. Just share with each other right away. Just share whatever your thoughts are, and just so that way you're continually adapting and continually improving for the betterment of the whole district, and rather than you don't ever want to let things fester.
Absolutely. Okay, some of these are very common protocols, and just to see where you are with them, they may be covered, like I said, in your governance handbook. But how do you handle calls from parents? You're an elected official, and you're elected, and it's critical. I'm using the word critical, that you listen to your stakeholders. All of them, whether they be staff, whether they be students, whether they be parents, business people, elected officials from the city or other places. You know, part of your role is listening to your constituents. But how do you handle calls from parents when they are upset? Do you have a practice, a protocol in place? Anybody want to share that? Or do you all do it differently? President Phillips and then Reckler.
So what has happened, or what the protocol has been, is that if there is an email that comes to the full board, like as a unit, that email has been referred to the superintendent to respond to.
Okay.
The problem has been that it gets referred to the superintendent and he doesn't respond. And I know that that's been a problem, because I will refer stuff and then I will call or maybe a call, but like email the parent a week later and be like, did anybody follow up with you? And then they're like, no. 2 weeks later, they're like, no. And then so what happened, like with me, for example, when I realized that the referrals were not being responded to, I started responding to the parents on my own, because I didn't want them to believe that I was ignoring them too. And so that is what the protocol kind of has been. And then with this board, since we started, I haven't been doing it that much recently, but like sometimes there will be an email that will come through. And so I knew it was responded to. I would just make this general response. But like the protocol was that it went to the superintendent, but he wasn't really responding half the time.
Okay, Ms. Reckler, you had a comment?
So first, I didn't know that there was a protocol. I don't know if we even have one. If they're constituents of mine, I reach out. Usually there's something in there that involves a superintendent action, and then I'll refer it and try not to be involved in it. But if I'm walking around the neighborhood, people want to talk to me about their kids, they voted for me.
Listen.
I am there to serve, so yeah, I'm there to listen. So I think I have a pretty good process of handling that.
Usually, Demetrio?
Sorry, Juan, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you want to go.
No, please do.
I think that I handled a parent calling us or even staff the same way that Trustee Reckler does. And I'm glad President Phillips mentioned the process, because it's good that we know that, because President Phillips, when you answer emails, I always thought you were answering them individually and just keeping us in the email to let us know what you answered. So I'm glad that we are kind of clearing what the process is, so that I know, you know, that President Phillips, you're answering on behalf of the full board or whatever, right? So I want to definitely clarify what it is, so that under Dr. Hurst, so that we know what to do. I agree with President Phillips. A lot of the time, I actually didn't refer emails to the superintendent because I didn't think they were going to be answered. So I would refer them honestly to other staff members, like Dr. Wold or other individuals that I felt like would more directly answer the concern, even principals. And then later on, I got called for it. But then I felt I wasn't being a good trustee, because then I don't think people were getting answers over it. So I really am curious to hear how we move forward from this point, because I definitely don't think it's my job to refer an individual to a principal or to a department, unless it literally the question is, how do we contact college and career, right? Then I think that's okay. But I definitely would like to know from Dr. Hurst what he thinks as we move forward.
So Dr. Hurst, you want to respond, or you want me to share a practice? What's your preference?
I think if we could go to Trustee Smith-Folds first.
Okay.
And then you can share, but then I would love to share.
Okay. Trustee Smith-Folds.
So in all vulnerability, I was a mess with this before May 17th, because I would just handle it myself. I was like, okay, let me just take care of this myself. Let me just give the answer, find the answer. I spent more time doing other people's job than doing my job. So post May 17th, probably May 12th, I've been shooting it to Dr. Hurst. Here you go. And then I would respond to the person who emailed me and say, superintendent can handle it. And I felt confident enough saying that, the superintendent to handle it. I didn't even put the little tagline at the bottom that I did before. Let me know if it doesn't happen. I just knew that the superintendent would handle it. I was like, the superintendent's gonna handle it, it'll be fine. But not only did I know that, but I knew that I would get a response, hey, I'm handling this. So I didn't have to do a lot of follow-up because the follow-up was already there. So if this is the way it's going to go, I'm cool with that. Like if I can just refer it to you and send it to you and just tell the person who is emailing me, I hear you, thank you, I'm sending it to the proper person, and that person is the superintendent. Like it's an easy email for me because I'm always going to send it to the superintendent. But again, before, I felt like I had to. I felt like I had to do something differently because I wanted to make sure that the people who were emailing me felt valued. When it came to something specific, when it came to a general thing, like when they were talking directly to me as a board member, like, I want you to understand, this is how I feel about smaller class sizes, or this is how I feel about this charter school, this is how I feel about that. They're talking directly to me. I thought that that's a different response than when they're asking me something in a general umbrella that the superintendent needs to handle because he's in charge of staff that will take care of that specifically. So I kind of divided it up into two roads in my mind. Is that clear?
That's very clear.
Okay.
And I like the way you differentiated between an opinion or a conversation with someone versus an issue or a problem. If they want your opinion on class size or something of that nature. Good example. There's a couple of good practices out there, and I think Dr. Hurst will share what his preference is, but I'm going to give you samples of practices that I've seen in governing handbooks, and I can provide copies for you from different districts. But basically, typically when parents call and are upset, whether it's, at an elementary school, my son or daughter is being kept in from recess and is crying and is being punished, or my son or daughter in high school is a better athlete than that other person, but there's favoritism because the coach is buddies with that family and lets that player play ahead of my son or daughter when my son or daughter is a better athlete. Generally, or grades or discipline, it's to redirect back to the source. Have you talked to the teacher? Have you talked to the vice principal or whatever their title is, if it's a discipline issue? Have you gone to the principal? So typically it's redirecting back to the source. Have you done this first? And then after they said, well, I talked to the teacher, I talked to the principal, and they didn't do anything. So who's next in the chain? Typically it's the student services person, and in your district, it's Mr. Philip Johnson. If there's issues related to something happened with a student that the parent's not happy about how it was handled. Then after the student services, then it could go to the superintendent. Now, in some districts, there are some understandings between the board and the superintendent where if a parent complains to you, let me know and I'll direct it to the appropriate staff member to address it. But in a district your size, as was mentioned earlier, a lot of things happen and that can be overwhelming. So Dr. Hurst, what would your preference be in that situation?
I would first say I love what you said, Mr. Garza, about referring it to teacher or the principal or the individual first, whatever department that is, because, you know, in my former district, or really anywhere, principals don't want to be left out of the loop. And if a teacher knows that it's a teacher problem and they should have handled it, that's where it should go first. If they can't go to the teacher, it should go to the assistant principal or the principal. If the problem is with the principal, then it should go to certainly a director. So certainly I believe in the chain of command. But what I also believe is that I need to be kept in the loop because I'm the only employee of the board. And if I'm left out of the loop, then I really can't hold the staff accountable. And that's just being very honest. I know it's a larger district, but I do have a practice of when it gets to the board and they've used all the other means and they've tried to reach out to the teacher, they've tried to reach out to the department or the principal, and nothing has worked, and they choose to go to the board, then instead of the board going to whatever staff member, I would appreciate it if the board can come to me. And I know that it's large. I know I hear it and I'm experiencing that as well. But what I will share with the board is I've talked to staff about this. I've talked to every single leader in our organization. I've talked to our executive team about this as well. I understand that it's a huge expectation, but I share with them very clearly around communication, you know, what the turnaround time should look like. And I'm experiencing that right now. And right now I'm managing it. But what I would appreciate it is if the board can clue me in, I'm going to funnel it to the person. So I'm not saying that I'm going to necessarily handle it, but what that does is it puts me in the loop. And say, for instance, there's an issue with technology. I'm going to automatically take your email. I'm going to forward to Tracy, but then there's the clock is starting. And I keep my emails until that person gets back to me because, and just to give you an example, some of you have already included me in some emails about some concerns. And what I will do is I will ask Debbie or someone, you know, who's the person, or I will know, and I'll send it to that person. And they know that I've already had a conversation with them about what does the turnaround time look like for all communication. So they know we're going to get back to Dr. Hurst because I always tell them, hey, I need to get back to the board to be able to respond, or I need to get back to this parent to be able to respond. An example, this morning, I did check in and I got the response back. And then I responded back to the board member that actually had the issue. And I said, the issue has been handled. So keeping that chain, it puts me in the loop. I can hold the system accountable. The board can hold me accountable as well. And then you're going to get that communication from me that it's been handled. Or you'll see it in the loop because some of you have been part of emails and you see how that has worked and you've seen principals on it and they've handled it. I would just prefer to be in the loop.
Okay, Mr. Phillips, then I'll bring it back. Mr. Phillips?
So I just wanted to say really quickly, I think that Dr. Hurst being in the loop is sort of is really an understatement. Because if we look at our own board bylaws, it is very clear that individual board members do not have the authority to resolve complaints. And it is also very clear that individual board members should not be directing staff. And so that is the superintendent's job. And we're talking about roles and responsibilities. So it's not just that he should be in the loop. It actually should be going through him. And I mean, and I think it's one thing if a board member calls, or not a board member, a parent calls or emails, and it's something that you know the answer to, right? Like you could just say, oh, I know the answer is this, right? It's a whole nother thing, like when you have to start doing research and following up with this, but that's not your job, you know? And so it's not that he should be kept in the loop. It actually should run through him.
Okay, so let me summarize that. Whether it's a call from a parent, staff member, community member that's upset about something that's happened, the preference is to redirect them back to the source. If it's the teacher, to the teacher. If it's an issue with athletics at the high school, the athletic director. If it's an issue with the attendance office at the high school or a counselor or whatever, redirect back to that person. Let your superintendent know so that he can follow up and the clock starts ticking. Then he will provide feedback and close that loop and let you know when it's resolved. Is that the understanding? So Dr. Hurst, would you kind of put that into a little protocol? And then at the next board meeting, review, just say, this is what we agreed to. And then if it goes to the district, it would go to the student services person, the director there, so that they know who to call, who to tell the parent, now you go to Mr. Philip Johnson, and this is his phone number at the district office for student services. Fair enough?
Thanks so much, Mr. Garza. Got it.
All right. School visits. Do you have a practice for visiting schools? Yes, Mr. Phillips?
So in the governance handbook that Trustee Reckler keeps talking about, it is mentioned in there. So all of the board members have the ability to visit schools. And many of us have. I think all of us have at one point or another. You can, the principals, it's not required. The principals do like you to announce that you're coming for obvious reasons. It's not required. I mean, personally, I do like to just show up, and the reason why, and not just show up and like interfere with anything, but just kind of pop up, because I found that over time, like I honestly, when I just kind of pop up, the experience that I have is very different from when people know that I'm coming ahead of time. And so I just like to, that's why I like to just come, but we do have a protocol, and it is in that governance handbook that Trustee Reckler was talking about.
Demetrio?
Thank you, Juan. I do want to get a clarification from Dr. Hurst about school visits. What I used to do, I do a lot of site visits. That's just one of the things that I like to do. But I always let Mr. Duffy know. He rarely came with me, but that might be something, Dr. Hurst, you might like to do. No worries either way if you don't. But is that something you would like us to schedule with you if we visit a site? I know some boards only go to sites if they go with a superintendent. Others do, they just randomly show up all the time. I just wanted to ask for your policy on it. And if you want us to at least let you know, hey, tomorrow I'm going to be going to Kennedy, or hey, next week I'm going to go to Kennedy. Would you like to come with me, etc.
Okay. Before you answer, may I share a practice?
Sorry, I was getting ahead.
Thank you.
Then you tell me what yours is, okay? Because I want to make sure that I share good practices that are out there before you just jump into it. You're jumping the gun, Dr. Hurst. Anyway,
I got it.
A good practice to consider is the superintendent and the board member going to a school together. And what happens with that is there's usually discussion when you're there. Staff sees you together and begins to accept and understand and believe that there is a partnership there between the superintendent and the board member, and that both are there to see what's happening and not surprise, I got you. Because often you as a board member have that highway patrolman in the rear view mirror effect on staff. What do you do when you see a highway patrolman in your rear view mirror? You either hit the brakes a little bit, slow down, let go of the gas, right? And you put your two hands on the wheel, and you have that effect on staff if you just show up. You know, and I understand what you said, Mr. Phillips, about things are different when you just show up versus when they're expecting you, the dog and pony show effect. But the reality is you have that effect on people. And so that's a good practice to consider. Now, the superintendent in that visit can also show you or discuss with you the effects of the decision you made. You see that engagement strategy that they're using, that was from a professional development activity that you approved. Or look at this curriculum. This is what was adopted. Look at how the teacher's using it. There's all types of benefits to that conversation and building that relationship when you walk and visit classrooms together, aside from just showing the staff that you're a team. So that's important. Sometimes the superintendent can't go with you, but if you invite him or if you let them know you're going and they can make the time, if they can't, you know, let the principal know so the principal can walk classrooms with you or the assistant principal. Again, it shows partnerships, it shows collaboration. Those are examples of good practices. Now, Dr. Hurst, share what your preference is or what your thoughts are.
Yes, my preference is precisely what you said, the good practice. No, let me just be very honest and upfront. I will share with you that I have done what President Phillips has done myself as a superintendent. But for me, I will share with you, it's really based on the relationships that I have enjoyed with people. So I understand exactly what you're saying about the fear factor, and it's almost like the police. But I will share that I've worked really hard in the organizations that I've been part of, and even as an associate superintendent, so we're trying to break down the barriers, right? What I've always tried to share with staff is that we want anyone to be able to come into the classroom, especially our parents, you know, pre-COVID. So open up the doors so people can see what's going on in the classroom. However, that was with a lot of work being done with building relational trust. If you have a superintendent and they're not typically out in the classrooms, because I'm going to be out in the classrooms, I already have a schedule, even right now. If people aren't seeing you, then that's typically when you see that fear factor. Okay, so I guess I have two things to say on that. One, focusing on developing relational trust with my principals, which I'm trying to do already, and with the teachers and support staff, so that they feel when they see me coming around, they understand this is someone that we know Dr. Hurst, we want him to be involved, he's going to interact, he's going to engage, there's no fear. And that's how I was in my previous district. I will say, I feel a little bit differently with the board. And I'm not sure why now, but if it is a strong partnership and a relationship, how do we break down barriers all the way around so that we're opening up the classrooms? I guess that's where I would like to lead the organization. I do really understand your best practice, because in any district that I've been in, there is this fear whenever you have people that was coming in and their authority figure, and you don't see them all the time.
Right.
What's going on. So I know for me, even my previous district, I would ask to schedule those with the board member, or if I wasn't available, because my schedule is going to classrooms as well, is to have the principal go in with the board member and just do that walkthrough. Honestly, understanding the best practices, I would really like to work on that with the board and decide how do we break down barriers, the walls, and really look at our parents as well. And if truth be known, it's really about moving the organization so that we all feel comfortable going into each other's classrooms. So even this whole concept of peer observation and getting feedback from your peers, that has to happen if we're going to get better. So I don't know if I was really clear, Mr. Garza. I certainly understand best practice, but I know what I've honestly done in the past. Maybe that's something that I can work with the board on as well.
Trustee Smith-Folds.
I think this one is an interesting one for me because I have 3 kids and 2 of them are in the schools. So they're in the schools in my district. So or my area. So when I show up and when we go back to brick and mortar, I'm showing up to pick up my kids. I'm showing up to volunteer in the classroom. I'm showing up in a different capacity than a trustee. Does that make sense? So if I had to tell the superintendent that I'm going to be at the campus, and I'd be like, okay, for 180 days I'll be at the campus because I pick my kids up every day. You know what I mean? Or I do that. So for me, it's having a understanding of I'm officially on the campus to look at or to observe X, Y, and Z. And it's a different capacity than I'm on the campus as a parent volunteer, or I'm on the campus as to pick up, to go for a band concert that my kid's playing in, or I'm on campus to watch a basketball game or to be an assistant coach at a basketball game. There's different levels of me being on the campus. And Hercules, because this is where I live. When I go to Pinole or the other, 13 schools, -5, the other 8 schools in the area, it would be more of I'm making sure that I'm letting my administrator know, making sure I'm letting Dr. Hurst know, because that's a different relationship. They don't know me as the parent volunteer that was there every single day on campus. They only know me in this capacity as trustee. Dr. Hurst, does that make sense what I'm saying? Because again, the schools, the middle school and the high school know me in a different capacity. In Hercules, because I'm picking up my kids or because I've been parent volunteering there for so long. But if I'm going in a capacity of a trustee, then you would definitely get a phone call from me saying, hey, do you want to do this? Can we schedule this together to go look? And I found that I don't have to do the pop-up as much because people make phone calls and tell me stuff. Does that make sense? Like, they're gonna tell me anything anyway. So, and it's just a different world now. So I think the pop-up may not be the best form for me, but it's because we're in a different era now with COVID. But
I definitely hear what you're saying, Trustee Smith-Folds. I think one of the things I've tried to do also is just kind of operate on data as well. So I'm getting to know the community. I'm getting to know our leaders here. I know what I've done in the past, and it's because of, work. It takes work and it takes building relationships. So that's why I was able to do the things that I did there. So I'm learning about the organization. It would be interesting for me to even get feedback from the organization to kind of see where our teachers are and how are they feeling, and our administrators as well. And I think it's just part of me gathering data just so I could share with the board, and whether that is how they feel and if they feel uncomfortable, maybe that's a conversation that we have, because I do believe that you can break down those barriers and break down the walls, but it means that you have to put in some time and build those relationships, and then you can do that. So I would like to collect some data and just bring it back to the board on that one.
So this is unfinished, and Trustee Smith-Folds, I appreciate what you said about your role as a parent. And that's a priority. Actually, that's number one. Your children in school and you being there as a parent, as a volunteer, and that has to happen. And the expectation would not be for you to call every time you're going to go volunteer time or anything like that. But I think it's key to understand that as staff gets comfortable with you, as Dr. Hurst says, and that relationship, they know when they see you come in, you're going to be there to volunteer time or to pick up your child or to be there for an evening program, whatever the case may be. But when you go on other campuses, you're a trustee and you have that highway patrol and the mirror effect on people. This is unfinished business. And actually what I'm going to do is we're going to stop here. You see the rest of the slide. We still have quite a bit to go in roles and responsibilities. Click through the slides real quick. We're not gonna talk about them, but go to the next one. We're gonna talk about board meeting and the difference between here. And Jim and President Phillips will talk about a continuation or finishing this. Next slide. We're gonna talk about